pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Eward and Mike Salk.
All right, hello. It's the Brock and Salk Show, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com, Seattle Sports app, all the podcast platforms out there as well. Let me get this microphone situated perfectly. Let's see, we got 97.3 HD2. Don't want to forget about that. What else am I missing? YouTube, if you want to watch. We got YouTube. We're there every day. It's a great way to watch the show. I don't know that you'll get to see our guest today. I think we're talking to John Smoltz today at 8:30, but I will I'll give you a little hint. I'll take you behind the curtains. We're going to tape that between now and then. So it'll be not on video, unfortunately. But John Smoltz will be with us at 8:30 this morning. Talk some Mariners with him. Obviously back in the win column yesterday. Obviously the kind of game that we were missing over the last couple of days as they lost 3 of 4 in Houston. And this was just a totally different version of the Mariners. We'll get to them in a moment. I want to admit to you guys right off the bat that I'm a little shook this morning. I'm a little off my game. I don't generally want to or approve of anybody talking about their dreams. I think it's a complete waste of time. I have a very strict rule about talking about your dreams. You get one sentence. If you can tell me your dream in one sentence, I'm willing to listen. If you want to go any deeper than that, oh, but then there were birds and it turned, like, I'm out. Give me one sentence. If you can describe your dream in one sentence, fine. I had a dream last night that I got fired. And it, like, totally and completely shook me to my core this morning. Like, and it was one of those dreams where you know you're dreaming, but then you want to kind of go back into it and, like, see how it ends. And I'm like, I was shook. I'm calling our old boss. I'm like, hey.
Are you not sure you're supposed to be here right
I'm
now?
not sure I'm supposed to be here today, Maura. That's exactly right. Like, I woke up like, did I get fired? What did I do wrong? Like, and it was really just a like, hey, sorry, we're making cuts type of thing. But lots of people were celebrating it. So, if you're out there today, just know my self-confidence is obviously low. So I don't need extra shots being fired my way today. My self-confidence is at an all-time low, as Dochi says. Like, it's bad. And it's all because I felt like I was fired right this morning, right before I got up, between like 3:30 and 4:30. So like late, it was like a late stage of the evening dream. Fired out of my butt. Terrible. And like, everyone was taking pot shots. Just awful. So anyway, that's what I'm dealing with this morning. For other than that,
I mean, that was definitely a dream. No one would take pot shots.
no, I think they would. Yeah, and like, I think they would take pot shots. It really felt that way. Like pretty mean ones too. Yeah. Oh, no, it was bad. Like, I was calling people I'm friends with kind of in the business, like, hey, can you talk to me? Can you help me? Is there a job your way? Can I move to your town? They're like, no. It's great. Yeah, it was terrible. 509 says 100% justified. Cecily should be taking over. She might. You never know. She's ready. At least in her mind, she thinks she's 100% ready.
She doesn't want to get up this early every day.
You know what? I bet she would. I bet she would find a way. Yeah. Which would be fun. My dad actually called me and said he thought Cecily did a better job than I did. So I was like, great. She'd go to work every morning and wake up at 4:30 and drive into work. It's fine with me. I could stay in bed. I slept till 10 o'clock all 3 days of the weekend. Let her go to work. Anyway. All right. So Mariners that's the A Mariners, right? If we got sort of the B-level Mariners at times over that road trip, what we saw last night is the A-level Mariners doing it all, right? You only allow one run. You pitch your you-know-what off. Logan Evans was sublime. And then you get your home runs early. You can tack on late, and you just kind of do your thing. That's the A version. We've talked before. I know it's been a long time since I've gone through what the whole idea of a platonic form, but the platonic form is essentially the perfect version of something, right? Like, okay, this is a mug. I'm holding up one of our mugs, but there's an idea that there's a perfect version of a mug out there that when we say the word mug, that's what it's referring to. When you want to talk about the platonic form of the Mariners, it's a lot of what you saw last night. Pitching. Dominant starting pitching, followed up by a couple of home runs that essentially put the other team on the defensive right from the beginning. And then you can be aggressive and use some of your speed, et cetera, later in the game to just try to attack on, et cetera. I that's perfect. Like nothing else. No notes. Perfect. Perfect Mariner win last night. No notes. So really that game becomes more of an opportunity to just talk about a couple of the individual performances that we saw in it. And I think you pretty much know where I'm going to go with this. Logan Evans, we'll come back to him, I promise, because we started debating a little bit yesterday of as these pitchers come back, who stays in the rotation, if anyone. Is it Logan? Is it Hancock? Is it neither? And, my feeling was, kind of like the body of work we've seen from Emerson Hancock. But the numbers and what you saw yesterday are pretty compelling on Logan Evans, so this certainly isn't any hill I'm going to die on because both guys have been unbelievable. If anything, I think it leads to a deeper conversation that I don't want to have till Brock gets here. But at 8 o'clock, you know who should be looking at this with, I wouldn't call it concern, but like, hey, this is important to me, is Logan Gilbert. Not because he's going to get replaced in the rotation. He's not. He's the best pitcher on the staff. But isn't there a question to be asked? And I know this is going to make some people mad, but I'll ask. And I say this, and I don't want to, because if you know me, you know I love Logan Gilbert. Love him. One of my favorite. He's probably my favorite person to talk to on the team. Love the guy. I think he's A+ dude and an A+ pitcher. Is there a question? Just a question to be asked when you see this about whether or not you want to sign an older pitcher. Not that he's old yet, but by the time, you'd be signing him into his 30 to 35 year, whatever window. Do you need to spend big money on starting pitching when you're this good at growing and developing it? Is it worth it? Not that Logan Gilbert isn't better necessarily than Emerson Hancock. He is. Or than Logan Evans, at least, I think he is right now. But for the value, for the money, for what you get, how much Logan Gilbert going to cost in the open market? 25 a year?
Oh, I think it's going to be more than that.
All right, 30 a year? 35 a year?
Yeah, let's go with that.
All right, let's be nice. For the sake of this conversation, well, let's just go with 30 for now. Maybe it costs more. I'm totally open to that fact. But just for the sake of this conversation, because it's an extension and you're buying out years, let's call it 30 a year. Would you rather spend 30 a year on Logan Gilbert, or would you rather spend $700,000 a year for the next 3 years on Logan Evans and or Saintja or Ryan Sloan or whatever other next pitcher you've developed in your lab, and take that $30 million and spend it on something else? It's a fair conversation. Now, you got to spend it, or else it's a dumb conversation. It just becomes annoying. But if you were to spend it, and I know I'll just wait for the text to roll in about how there's no way the Mariners will, is that how you go and get your first base bat that you need long term? Is it how you go out and supplement the young core and nucleus that seems to be on its way of hitters? It's a conversation you got to have. I'm not saying you got to come down on one side or the other, and I honestly don't know yet which side I'd come down on. I'd need to see a little more evidence, but I think that it should at least bring up the conversation. Oh, and there's one other conversation from yesterday. How freaking good is this guy?
Now the windup and the 0-2 on the way to Cal. Swinging a well-hit ball deep to left field line. Shot, Wood going back. Gone. Goodbye baseball. Cal Raleigh with another home run. Holy smokes. Number 18 in the first, number 19 here in the bottom of the fifth inning. And right now, he's the leader in the American League in home runs as he moves on by Aaron Judge. What a night for Cal Raleigh. Line drive into the Nationals bullpen and straight away left field.
All right. Yeah, that's 19. Just 19 for Cal. If he hits one more tonight, because tonight, the end of tonight will be the 1/3 mark of the season, he's on pace for 60. What? Not very intriguing, obviously, but still very impressive if you want to use an I word for it. Not intriguing, obviously, but very, very impressive for the leader and for what is clearly right now the best offensive player on this team. We'll play you the other home run and the guy that kind of is flying under the radar a little bit, which is maybe a good thing. It's next on Brock and Salk.
Wyman and Bob, afternoons 2 to 7.
What if the Mariners were fully healthy? They had their full complement of everybody in the rotation. You had Robles, you had Raleigh, Brash from the start of the year, I guess. 2. All of those guys are only worth 2 wins?
They're getting it done in a different kind of way. I mean, yeah, I think everything has worked out for a reason.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, afternoons 2 to 7 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
An Aussie trekker travels to America to hike an epic trail.
It was rocky, it was imposing.
But Eric Robinson never made it to the end. I'm Dave Cawley. Follow my podcast, Uinta Triangle, UINTA, on Apple Podcasts or wherever you listen.
Riverside Roofing is offering $1,000 off a new roof replacement. Book a free estimate online, and when you meet with Brandon, that's Don's son, tell him you heard the message on the radio station. Go to riversideroofingllc.com. It's Riverside Roofing, the roofing company you can trust.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
All power, zero compromise. Eagle cordless outdoor power equipment features advanced lithium battery technology that exceeds the power and performance of gas without the noise, fuss, or fumes. From mowers and trimmers to blowers and pressure washers, one battery powers over 90 tools. No wonder it's the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power. Power beyond belief. Visit EgoPowerPlus.com to learn more or to find an Ego retailer near you. That's EgoPowerPlus.com.
Whether you're building a single roof or a successful roofing business, roofing contractors like you need the right tools for the job, and software is no exception. Service Titan is on a mission to be the most powerful software platform for the trades, with purpose-built technology proven to maximize revenue, streamline operations, and deliver 5-star customer experiences. We are taking roofing companies like yours to the next level and beyond. Service Titan. We are built for this. See what we can do for roofers at ServiceTitan.com.
The home of the Mariners.
One hopper snared at short. On a quick hop by J.P. Crawford. That guy's a magician over there at shortstop.
Seattle Sports.
Download the Seattle Sports app.
Headed to the ballpark? Skip the traffic jams, parking fees, and the stress of driving. Make riding transit part of your game day ritual. Roll in with your crew, talk stats, and meet fans. No traffic, no stress. Community Transit riders enjoy seamless connections to light rail and ferries to get to Seattle and beyond. And youth 18 and under ride the bus for free. All in for the win. Plan your trip with Community Transit at ctgo.org/home-run.
I've always been an athletic guy, but after turning 40, I noticed I was slowing down. I booked a free testosterone check with Revive Health and learned that low T doesn't just impact my performance in the bedroom. I've been following a custom treatment plan ever since, and today I'm feeling stronger and more confident than ever.
If you're ready to book your free T-check, text BOOST to 65555 or visit ReviveMensHealth.com to schedule your appointment. Message and data rates may apply. Message frequency varies. Text help for help. Text stop to cancel. See privacy policy at ReviveMensHealth.com/privacy policy. For info on how opt-in info will be used and terms and conditions at ReviveMensHealth.com/terms of use for terms of short code service.
Feeling lucky? Don't miss the Lucky Classic Collector Car Truck and Boat Auction, Saturday, May 31st at Tacoma's LeMay Marymount Event Center. Hundreds of cars, vintage, muscle, exotic, classics, trucks, boats, and more. Saturday, May 31st at Tacoma's LeMay Marymount Event Center. Millions of dollars in inventory, many must sell with no reserve whatsoever. Get lucky, get local, and get in line for the Northwest's greatest collector car auction. Auction details at luckyoldcar.com.
Hey, Mike Salk here, and great news. This August, luxury awaits at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. Yes, the hotel is finally opening. You can book now for an unforgettable summer experience at snocasino.com. Breathtaking views of the Cascades in Snoqualmie Valley, an expanded non-smoking gaming floor, awesome destination spa, a 2,000-seat entertainment space and convention center, and yes, new food venues, restaurants as well. You can book at snocasino.com. Seattle's closest. It's now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
This hour is brought to you by Community Transit.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
All right, Mariners and Nationals did play the full 9 innings last night. They didn't really need to. They probably could have just ended this game after one. That was really all I needed to see. Back-to-back home runs, first from Julio and then from Cal.
Here's the next off for the way, swinging a high fly ball deep to left field. Way up there. Holy smokes, and this one is, I believe, in the upper deck, and it's gone fair. Goodbye, baseball. Julio and Cal go back-to-back. Just fair down the left field line into the upper deck. Holy smokes. That one touched the cloud. Cal Raleigh with number 18 on the season.
It's interesting. If it touched the cloud, does he mean like where you store your data? I'm kind of into that. The rainmaker of data. 10th of the year for Julio. He's now on pace for 30, despite a lot of consternation about what he's done so far. And the real story, of course, the multi-home run night for Cal. That was the first of 2. He now leads the American League with 19. He's on pace for 58. We'll see what he does tonight. He's been unbelievable. There's no other way to describe it. And certainly one of the big changes has just been his development from the right side. He used to have a lot more power from the left, but what he's done righty has just been amazing.
No, I mean, he's a danger from both sides for sure. We've seen home runs, obviously from both sides, hit far to both sides. Tonight in the upper deck, that's an accomplishment in and of itself. And we've seen, some really long ones left-handed as well. It seems like, he's just in a really good spot and continues to put up good at-bats. And, especially in those key situations, able to drive the ball, too.
Well, it wasn't just the hitting. Pretty good night for Logan Evans as well. He cruised through 8 innings, allowed just a solo home run. Barely threw any pitches. I was actually surprised we didn't see him come back out there for the 9th. He was still under 90 pitches. Why not send him out there and let him finish the thing off? He was really, really good against a lineup totally full of lefties.
Yeah, he's got a lot of weapons. We talked about that. And when you got all lefties up there, you're going to have to use them. And I thought he spun the ball very well tonight. Had good breaking stuff. But used his fastball, too, at times, when he needed to. Again, I think getting ahead, controlling the account, making him swing early, were all factors for him tonight. And that's what we talk about, and that's what he was able to go out and execute.
He did all of that and more. 9-1 the final. Right back to it tonight. George Kirby taking on Trevor Williams, who has an ERA over 6.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
As expected, we got a full injury update from Justin Hollander yesterday ahead of the first game of the homestand. Let's run it down. Bryce Miller bounced back from his bullpen. He's expected to be activated on the homestand, possibly this weekend, maybe against Minnesota. I think that would make some level of sense. It is indeed a bone spur on the right elbow, on the back of the right elbow, that's caused the discomfort. That was what we were speculating about yesterday. Logan Gilbert has fared well. He's set to make a rehab start for Tacoma, which should come tomorrow. On the position player side, Luke Raleigh progressing.
Luke Raleigh, he should be traveling to Seattle on Wednesday to ramp up the swinging part of the baseball activities. Would anticipate a rehab assignment the week of June 3rd. So Rails has done great. Really positive about how he's feeling. It's a very tricky injury, so things could change depending on how he feels when he really starts swinging, but he has done great. He's checked every box along the way.
So that's all very good news there. I mean, may get a chance to see him within a month or so. Victor Robles not going to start baseball activities until July. Still not expected back until September. And then don't forget about this name. It's just kind of been lurking back there. We've never seen him pitch for the Mariners outside of spring training. But Jackson Kowar is getting real close.
Kowar doing well. And the AAA rehab assignment, he's basically there in terms of being ready to be activated. So we'll check in this week and see where we head with Jackson. But he's done great all throughout, bouncing back well. I think he did 3 appearances in 5 days and felt great doing it. So it's been really nice to have the build-up time with him, and he's checked every box along the way.
That is another power arm, high 90s fastball that you can add to your bullpen. Guy who's had some success in the big leagues, but is coming off Tommy John.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Of course, the Seahawks had their first practice of Phase 3, that portion of the offseason. Again, they can now go 7-on-7, 11-on-11 without contact. The media not allowed to watch en masse yesterday, but Seahawks.com's John Boyle was there, wrote about Witherspoon taking every opportunity to talk trash to the offense. So remember, Brock was asking to see some of that swag. How about swag? That sounds better. Although I do sort of like the idea of swag.
Swag was controversial on the text line yesterday.
I know that. Well, it sounds like Witherspoon had some of that. Looked like they had really good attendance, too. Most of the veterans that you would hope to see appeared to be there, at least from what I could tell, just looking at the pictures that were posted at Seahawks.com. That's everything you need to know. Quarter past every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. Yeah, I figured that just bringing up what I was talking about earlier would get a lot of people mad. I get it, and I'm not saying that the Mariners should now just forget about signing Logan Gilbert or move on or anything. It's the idea. I used him as an example, but look, if you have essentially a pitcher's lab where you can take 12th round picks like Logan Evans and turn them into pretty good starters. And I know that one start does not that make, but we got some numbers to show you later. Like, he's had an unbelievable start to his career. Better than any of the other young Mariners on this staff have had. So if you have that essentially lab where you can design and create pitcher after pitcher, whether you get one in the first round, like a few of these guys, the 5th round, like Brian Wu, or the 12th round, like Logan Evans, do you need to spend big money? No, you can take it and use it elsewhere. Or you can use some of the young guys that you have as trade chips. I mean, like, those are great options to have. It just, there used to be a pretty good theory that I know was pretty prevalent in this front office, of not to spend big money on pitchers in their 30s. Now, Logan Gilbert's obviously not there. None of these guys are. But do you want to pay for the best years of a pitcher?
Before his injury, we were thinking this could be a Cy Young year, right?
Could be.
Like, we're not just talking like you have a good pitcher. We're talking, even though he is, 28, I think we think they're still untapped.
And you got this year and 2 more left. Like, whether you sign him or not, you have this year and 2 more left of Logan Gilbert.
I mean, it would be a philosophical shift because they told us that some of the reason they weren't spending more in the free agent market is because this money was earmarked for guys like Logan
100%. And I would have a problem with that. You got to spend it somewhere else, right? You've got to take the money you earmarked and actually spend it. And I'm not even saying they should do this, but it's got to be leverage for them at the very least of like, hey, look, we can grow pitching in a lab. We're really good at it. We can create it. Do we need to spend a ton of money on it, or are there other ways to spend that money? And I know people are going to get real mad. Oh, they're not going to spend the money. And if they don't, then they should be ripped for it. But if there are ways to take that money and knowing that they have, I'm not going to dig into the whole RSN thing. But if there is a way to take that money and reallocate it, maybe that is a conversation they should be having. I'm not there yet. Certainly not on Logan Gilbert, who I love, but is it a George Kirby conversation? Depending on what happens here over the course of the next year, yeah, all of these are conversations. Let's come right back. We'll give you some Jeff Passan. He's, an expert on everything, including what's going on with Bryce Miller's arm. It's next on Brock and Salk.
Wyman and Bob, afternoons 2 to 7.
The Olympics used to be a huge deal. I think it still is. I was listening to Ryan Roland Smith talking about playing for your country. I think that that's a big deal in almost any sport except for the NFL.
I don't want any of my starters out there.
Why risk anyone over a fake game of football?
Yeah.
That's what the players who don't make it are for.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, afternoons 2 to 7 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Guys, I'll never forget the first time I saw somebody get results at our clinic. He was an 81-year-old man who hadn't been intimate with his wife in over 8 years. Viagra had stopped working for him, and he was desperate for help. After several treatments, he walked into my office and told me he couldn't believe the results. Needless to say, this was a very happy man. This man made me a believer in what we do. He had taken pills for years, but he had never fixed the problem. When he came to us, we fixed the problem. Our treatment does what no pill can do. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. Change your life today, like the thousands of men who already have.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems. Listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
Hey, it's your resident Super Bowl champ, Chris Canty here. It's time to turn things up a notch. This summer, don't binge watch shows, binge s'mores by the campfire. Press pause on the podcast and press play on Warm Weather Vibes. Here's your chance to win $10,000 for your ultimate summer. What are you waiting for? Take a shot with 5-Hour Energy and make this summer your best summer ever. Visit 5HEshot.com for full details and rules to enter today. No purchase necessary. Ends June 30th, 2025.
Riverside Roofing is offering $1,000 off a new roof replacement. Book a free estimate online, and when you meet with Brandon, that's Don's son, tell him you heard the message on the radio station. Go to riversideroofingllc.com. It's Riverside Roofing, the roofing company you can trust.
Hey 12, Steve Rabel here, voice of your Seattle Seahawks. The wait is over, and tickets are on sale now for our historic 50th season. This season is going to be legendary, with past, present, and future colliding at Lumen Field. Get your tickets today at Seahawks.com/tickets.
The home of the Mariners.
It is gone! Cal Raleigh, 2-run home run!
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Hi, this is Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. Spring has sprung. Need color to brighten up your yard or privacy trees to keep your neighbors guessing? Now is the time to buy. With hundreds of trees arriving in the nursery daily, Big Trees has the perfect tree for you. Check out our updated inventory list online at bigtreesupply.com or come visit the nursery today.
Business leaders know to solve a problem, you gotta look at it in a new way. Like travel between Seattle and Portland. Why is it such a pain? I-5 traffic, TSA slowdowns, SeaTac hassles. Seaport removes those pain points. We fly out of Boeing Field and a private terminal at PDX. You park for free, steps away from your plane. And with flights every 45 minutes, you're always home for dinner. Problem solved. Seaport Airlines. It's about time.
John Curley here. Smart homeowners are upgrading heat pumps and air conditioners now before the summer heat wave with incredible rebates and discounts that'll save you up to $6,000. Home Comfort Alliance makes paying easy with 18 months, same as cash financing. Call Home Comfort Alliance today for a free quote and save up to $6,000. For your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, visit HomeComfortAlliance.com today. That's HomeComfortAlliance.com.
Fenders and Fins reminds parents the fatal crash rate for teens peaks at age 19, and we lose nearly 8 kids every day. Please make a family agreement to never drive under the influence of alcohol or drugs, text behind the wheel, or ride with anyone who is. Always designate a sober driver, call a parent or rideshare, and let's bring our sons and daughters home safely. Best wishes to the class of 2025 from the entire team at Fenders and Fins, giving every car the attention it deserves since 2002. Online at fendersandfins.com.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
A season of celebrations leading up to the grand opening of Waterfront Park with this All Abilities race. Experience Seattle's reimagined waterfront studio.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Well, we've been talking about this as sort of like a big date, right? Like when you get to Memorial Day, that's when you can start judging your baseball team with a little bit more certainty. Nothing is set in stone, and certainly we've seen teams, completely alter their fortunes well after the end of May. But we are at that point where you start to consider that the team is kind of what they are, at least for now. And since Jeff Passan is the guy who taught us this rule, Brock, what a perfect person to talk to today. Good morning, Jeffrey. How are we?
Gentlemen, how are you?
Well, we're good. We're past Memorial Day. That was yesterday. We're 52 games into this thing. The Mariners are a couple games ahead of last year's pace. But we've also now watched them lose 10 of their last 17. They're 7-10 in their last homestand and road trip. What do we think here on Memorial Day about these Mariners?
I think that there's a very compelling reason to say that they are the best team in the American League West, in spite of what you've seen over that last chunk of games. And it's because they are a well-rounded team. And that's not something I thought, guys, I was going to be saying about the Mariners coming into the season. I thought that the offense was going to have issues, and certainly it has had some issues over the last, week and change. Jorge Polanco has seemingly stopped hitting, and Dylan Moore isn't really hitting anymore, and Ben Williamson coming back to earth. J.P. Crawford hasn't been great. Like, it hasn't been good, but these are the ups and downs of a season, guys. And I would say that over those first 52 games, far more good can be said about these Mariners than bad.
Yeah, Jeffrey, I said the deepest team we've seen here in as long as I can remember, because they've used, I believe, more players than anybody in all of baseball, between starters, bullpen, people called up in the infield and the outfield, just about everybody. Is there another team in baseball that has had to use as much depth as the Mariners have in 2025?
Yeah, I think the Dodgers certainly have. Their pitching injuries have just been ridiculous. It's bad for the Mariners that they missed the first 8-9 starts of George Kirby's season, and that Logan Gilbert and Bryce Miller are still injured right now and on their way back. But the Dodgers are down like a dozen pitchers, and as much depth as they have, they've weathered it and they've managed it, and they're still at the top of the National League West standing, so they seem to be doing all right. But yeah, there are other teams out there that have had trials and travails like the Mariners. It's just that most of them haven't handled it as well as the Mariners have.
Did you read this quote from Bryce Miller yesterday, where we think we know what it means, but he had his sim game, and afterwards said he felt pretty good, was probably ready to start again this week, and said, "I know the cause, but I don't know if I should say it. I'll say that everything's structure was really good. There's something in there that causes inflammation and something I can't just take out without missing the rest of the year. So this ideally gets me to the end of the year, and then we can reassess and see if I need to clean it up or anything. But at the end of the day, it feels good." Is that loose bodies? What do you hear there?
It either sounds like loose bodies or a spur. Yeah. And look, neither of those is a good thing, but both of them are things that I personally have known pitchers to pitch through. And it's not going to be comfortable. It's not going to put a big smile on your face when your elbow feels like there's something wrong in there. But as long as the pain is just concentrated in that very specific area where the bodies or the spur would be, that seems to make a lot of sense. And that seems to be something. I mean, John Lester is a perfect example. And I did a chapter on him in my book when he was a free agent. And John Lester had a bone spur that there was some fear that the UCL was going to get caught on and it was going to fray away at it. And John Lester wound up pitching his entire career without having major arm problems. So it is very possible. And what pitchers do is they learn to manage it. It's just a reality of being a pitcher sometimes. Things are going to be sore. You're doing something that is physically taxing, that is mentally taxing. And when you add in something that shouldn't typically be there in a healthy pitcher, it, adds the degree of difficulty, but it doesn't necessarily mean that there's more ineffectiveness coming. Guys can still be very productive with those sorts of injuries if in fact that's what it is.
I think I know your answer to this, but I'm going to ask you it anyway. So could you play cut number 4 in the same vein, not talking about a spur or loose bodies, but talking about a particular pitch and the strain that may or may not put on the elbow? Here was Logan Gilbert after his sim game.
Yeah, I feel good. I mean, I was letting it rip and whatever happened, and I felt good. So that's great. The splitter's the one that I just threw a couple of them at first just to test it out, just make sure. And then the last one I threw normal was, the same splitter I always throw. And it's funny because, up until this point, I haven't really felt anything on that pitch specifically. I just had tightness a month ago or whatever. But because some people say it can add more stress, I'm just trying to be as careful as I can.
Jeffrey, does the split finger put more stress on that elbow?
That's what we are led to believe. I haven't seen any specific live data of guys pitching and the numbers suggest that there is more stress and strain on the elbow. But if you think about it, anyone can do this, right? Take your index finger and take your middle finger and spread them apart as far as you possibly can. And tell me if you feel a little something in your forearm there.
Mm-hmm.
You probably do along the lateral or the outside.
I'm doing it right now.
So when you do that, you feel it in your forearm. And if you think about it, the way that the pitching arm works is you build up all of this energy during your delivery. It goes through your legs and up into your butt and travels up your back and into your shoulder and down your arm. And the reason there are so many UCL injuries is because a lot of the time guys don't properly throw the baseball such that that energy is distributed down into what is the body's natural break. And that break is the bundle of muscles in the forearm. Now, all of this ties back because when you split your fingers like that, clearly it has some sort of effect on those muscles in the forearm. And when you change from what you normally do on other pitches, it could potentially have a deleterious effect. Does it? I don't know definitively, but at very least, logically, it makes sense that if something is compromised or changed because of a grip, then it's going to have some kind of tangible effect on the actual arm.
Well, we will certainly hope that both those guys are able to come back here, and it sounds like both are getting reasonably close. I know we've we always talk about this, and then baseball has a way of working it all out. But I have not seen anything from Emerson Hancock that tells me he's not a major league starter. Do you consider a six-man rotation if and when you get all your guys healthy? Do you have to send Emerson back down to AAA and just stash him there? Do you move someone, namely him, to the bullpen? What are you doing with Emerson Hancock if and when you're totally healthy?
So I look at it this way. Right now, when you have Bryce Miller and Logan Gilbert back, let's look at what the rotation consists of. Luis Castillo, who has a clause in his contract about potential elbow issues. Brian Wu, who has never made it through a full season healthy. And three guys in George Kirby, Bryce Miller, and Logan Gilbert who have been injured this year. If ever there is a time for this organization to go with a six-man rotation, it would seemingly be this year, and it would seemingly make a lot of sense. Now, that doesn't mean that it's what they should do or that what they're going to do, but at very least the logic behind it's pretty sound.
What is the concern when you do, if you were to go there, that you're now operating with one fewer bullpen arm? How challenging is that in today's game?
It can be a challenge, but that's what options are for. That's what having the train between Seattle and Tacoma is, right? It's knowing that there's somebody who literally can drive to your ballpark if you need another arm that day. And that option rules allow guys to go up and down as many times as you want, as long as they don't have 5 years of service. And so it's going to be a big train, I think, between Seattle and Tacoma, but that's okay. Like, they'll take that, right?
Well, it kind of depends on time of day, whether and how quickly you get up by 5 or 4:05, Jeffrey. It can be affected there. Give me history, give me precedent where you've seen a six-man rotation flourish and take a team to a pennant.
The six-man rotation's kind of new, Brock. It's something, because remember, up until like the 90s, we were operating with four-man rotations, and guys were going on 3 days rest. And then they're like, all right, well, maybe five makes more sense. And with the roster constraints that exist now and the maximum number of pitchers being 13, it does make it a little trickier, but it's something that teams do, I think, when compelled to. The Dodgers, for example, were compelled to because of their pitching depth and because they have so many guys who have injury histories. And it clearly has not helped them stay healthy, but I think it forces teams to really have starting pitching depth if you're going to do that. Because if you're going six and one guy gets hurt, yeah, they can call up Logan Evans again. And that would, I don't think anyone would hate that or say that guy is not worthy of a rotation spot. But at the same time, the starting pitching depth for the Mariners doesn't, like good big league depth doesn't really go much beyond that. And then you might have to switch back to a five-man rotation. And that's something that all of these guys have done. So it's not the worst thing in the world. But once you commit to six, you kind of want to stay with six just because guys get used to it.
I did a little digging into numbers, which is always dangerous, Jeff, as I'm sure you know. But I thought maybe you could offer your opinion on what you think is going on in these three situations. Well, really just two. The first one was that the Mariners' OPS has dropped significantly in May. Their OPS plus went from 113 to 90 when you look at April compared to May. So obviously a drop-off. We've sort of talked about that. Help me with these other two numbers. Times facing opponent in a game. The Mariners are pretty darn good the first time they see a starting pitcher, a 129 OPS plus. Second time through, league average, 101. Third time through, when the league gets much better against pitchers, they drop to 70 OPS plus. Does that seem odd to you?
That makes no sense to me. It's the opposite of what it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be the more you see a guy, the better you fare against him. But Yeah, I have no explanation for that one.
Is it that the more they see the Mariners, the pitcher is able to make more adjustments? Are they seeing more spin in all likelihood the third time through rather than more fastballs at the beginning? We were trying to just kind of throw stuff against the wall earlier, but there was, I don't know, it's a surprising number.
Yeah, it really is. I wish I were smart enough to think of reasons of this on the fly. And I really appreciate you putting me on the spot.
I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean,
that.
usually, hey, just let me tell you something. Let me peel the onion back, Jeff. You know what Salk does for Daniel Jeremiah, who is a regular Wednesday guest for us? He would often send him Tuesday night notes.
Yes.
Like, hey, man, here's 4 or 5 areas I want to go.
It's true.
Does he ever do that to Jeffrey Passan?
But then DJ told me I was giving him homework, and he got mad at me about it.
Has he ever once given you a game plan of what he's going to call, the directions he may go, Jeff? Has he ever been a friend like that to you as he is to DJ?
Yeah, he's done that a couple of times, but not today.
Not this one. All right.
No.
Well, I actually wasn't even sure I was going to ask you about this, and then it came up earlier, and we decided to go here. The other one that jumped out to me is their numbers go way down when they use their bench, and that's not. I think the league drops off probably a little bit also, but pinch hitting and/or bringing guys in as a pinch runner, and then they hit later, their numbers drop precipitously every time that happens. Is that who they have on their bench, or is that when they're going to those guys? I don't know that anyone knows the answer to that. But
I mean, that feels more like a who than a when, right? They're like the bench just tends not to have guys who are all that good, but that surprises me a little because I haven't looked at the Mariners' depth as being a huge problem. I know Donovan Solano's, not having a great year, but a guy like Leo Rivas has been really good at points, and the platoons that they have going seem to have worked.
Well, here's a little more context to that because this might make that make sense. Their on-base percentage numbers are almost identical when they go to pinch hitters. It's all slugging that drops. They lose well over 100 points in their slugging, and that's where most of the problem comes from. And when you say Leo Rivas, Garver has one home run. Mastroboni doesn't hit home. I mean, they're not looking at guys in that spot. I think the only home runs they have, are one from Dylan Moore and one from Rowdy Tellez. Might be the only 2 pinch hit home runs they have this year.
Mm-hmm. Sounds about right.
Yeah.
And I'm, to be very clear, I'm perfectly okay with my bench people being on base merchants. That's what you want from guys who are coming off the bench, because typically they're coming in leverage type situations and you're looking to score some runs. You're not going to be pinch hitting necessarily if you're up 5 or 6 runs, unless it's just to, get a guy some playing time or get him on the field. But if guys are getting on base, I think that feels like a win.
Okay, Jeffrey, look at the standings. I, too, could have been a better friend and sent you this last night. Kind of a big picture question. But as we turn now past Memorial Day, as we get into June, as we look at the next 3 to 4 weeks of this baseball season, what would be some best case scenarios for the Mariners of teams falling apart? Of teams saying, you know what, we are just not in it. We have got to make a move. The Mariners, one of the richest farm systems in all of baseball, right? This Mariners team, I think we all believe, could use another bat, maybe 2 bats, depending on Raleigh and the prognosis for Robles. Give me something to watch for over the next 3 to 4 weeks of a team or two that could just kind of fall apart and be a real benefit to the Mariners as a trade partner.
That is a really good question. And I think it starts in the American League East when you look at the Toronto Blue Jays and the Boston Red Sox. And I know the Tampa Bay Rays have won 6 in a row right now, and the Baltimore Orioles, who are definitely out of it. All of those teams could potentially have guys who are desirable at the deadline. I know a number of teams were hoping that Minnesota would continue struggling. Then they went and ripped off a dozen wins in a row, and they're 5 games over 500 now, as good of a record as the Mariners right now, essentially. So that might be off the table. I don't know that the Texas Rangers are going to trade within the division, but they have been very disappointing, and yet they're only 4.5 games back. And then you look at some more of the dregs, the Nationals and the Marlins and the Pirates. I don't even know if there's anyone on the Rockies. The Diamondbacks have sort of been floating around 500 this year. They're an interesting team. Brewers and Reds have a couple of guys. The Cardinals have been fantastic, and they were a team that I think a lot of people were anticipating were going to be active at the deadline. It's just, Brock, I feel like even at the beginning of July, it still might be too early because there are 12 playoff spots, and there are so many teams right now that are ostensibly in the mix. In the National League, I think probably everyone but the Rockies, Pirates, Marlins, and Nationals. So that's 11 teams right there. And in the American League, I know the A's are struggling, and I don't really look at the Angels as threats, even though they're tied with the Rangers right now, the White Sox and the Orioles, but there are not a lot of teams who are very clearly selling at this point. And because of that, I do think the market's going to be slow to develop.
That's crazy that the Orioles are already out of it. I know it's true. I'm not disagreeing with you. It just continues to blow my mind that it's gone the way it does, the way it has. You mentioned the Cardinals, and I know you mentioned them last week. I don't think I realized that that's where Brant Brown had gone after being fired as a hitting coach here last year, and they're hitting the snot out of the ball.
They love him there, by the way.
I believe it. So what is the deal?
And I think. Well, I just think it goes to show there are different personalities and different voices in every clubhouse that resonate. And a guy who might not be a fit in one place could be precisely what they're looking for somewhere else or what they need. And I don't look at the Mariners and Brant Brown's, short-lived relationship as being some sort of catastrophic failure that's indicative of something wrong with the Mariners. It's just how it goes sometimes. Sometimes the boss and the employees don't get along, and that doesn't make him a bad boss. It just means he's a bad fit, and that's okay. You're going to have bad fits sometimes.
Hey, I got to ask you about one guy just because we haven't, unfortunately, talked about him yet, and we're going to have one of your ESPN teammates on Thursday. Hembo is going to come on because he has been going.
Hembo's great.
Isn't he great? He was going on and calling Andres Munoz great. In fact, he at various points called him the best reliever and possibly the best pitcher in the game, citing both the fastball numbers and what he does with the slider. Are we watching certainly the best reliever and maybe the best pitcher in baseball?
I'm not going to go best pitcher. We'll stop there. Hembo's getting out over his skis a little bit with that one.
Thank you.
But best reliever, I mean, is there an argument against it at this point?
I don't know. We don't get to see the whole rest of the league. I mean, he's been unbelievable, and from our mind, obviously, he looks as good as anybody. But is there anyone else out there Hader, some of the other guys that have been sort of known for it the last few years, has he superseded those guys?
Yes, he has. And listen, Josh Hader's been really good. Don't get me wrong. I'm not looking to slight him at all. But what Munoz has done is refine his game enough where he's not walking guys very frequently anymore because he's got the fastball velocity, average 99 miles per hour. And can spot that is a weapon. And yeah, Hembo's not wrong. The slider is a nasty, unfair pitch. And so when you take a guy whose four-seam fastball has gas, whose sinker is a really nice sort of, it's not a change of pace, but it just gives guys a different look, and then you add the slider into that. And we don't even know when he's going to, or if he's going to unleash the kick change. But it's hilarious to me that the guy can be the best reliever in baseball. And, oh, by the way, he's got something else in his pocket that he's hiding away for, a rainy day. And I imagine we're going to see it at some point. To me, the most important thing when it comes to Andres Munoz right now is that Dan Wilson does not overuse him. They need a fresh Munoz for the postseason, a guy who maybe is in a position to get a 4 or 5 or even 6 out save. because when it gets down to crunch time in those playoff games, you want to go with the guy who got you there. And Andres Munoz is a big reason why the Mariners are where they are right now.
Great stuff from Jeff Passan. We'll hear some other theories on this from John Smoltz coming up in 2 hours. So a lot of baseball to discuss today. I'll tell you who's in the crosshairs right now is Cal Raleigh. That's where the spotlight is. When you hit 19 home runs in your first 53 games, we're going to talk about you, and we'll do it next on Brock and Salk.
Wyman and Bob, afternoons 2 to 7.
The Olympics used to be a huge deal. I think it still is. I was listening to Ryan Roland Smith talking about playing for your country. I think that that's a big deal in almost any sport except for the NFL.
I don't want any of my starters out there.
Why risk anyone over a fake game of football?
Yeah.
That's what the players who don't make it are for.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, afternoons 2 to 7 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Having electrical issues? Call Beacon Electric today for a $59 special. Beacon Electric will shock you with the quality of our work and our low prices. Stop freaking. Call Beacon, 1-800-FREAKIN, or online at beaconplumbing.net.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
I've always been a super athletic guy, but after I turned 40, I noticed I was slowing down. Instead of hitting the gym after work, I spent my evenings on the couch with a bag of chips. I was gaining weight, losing muscle, and when I did try to work out, I ran out of energy right away. One of my buddies suggested I book a free testosterone check at Revive Health, and that's when I learned that low T doesn't just impact how guys perform in the bedroom. I worked with a provider to create my custom treatment plan, and today I'm feeling stronger than ever. Last week, I even set a new PR at the gym. My only regret is not reaching out sooner.
If you're ready to book your free T-check, visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com or call 206-529-1111. Again, that's 206-529-1111.
You never get a second chance to make a first impression. Superior Linen Service. 98 years providing logoed apparel, uniforms, floor mats, linens, and more. Give us a call. We answer the phone. Superior Linen Service. Visit suplinen.com.
Hey, Brock Ewart here for my friends over at Xfinity. You know, change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, we know that change is all around us. Songs are rewritten and remade. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists, well, they come and go. Even our taste in music, as we get older, can change a bit. But no matter how things change in 5 years, there's one thing that will stay the same. And that is the price of your internet. That's right. Xfinity is introducing a 5-year price guarantee. It means you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with their best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Are you surprised? Well, life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Now, restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August of 2024. Go check it all out right online at Xfinity.com/deals.
Step back into automotive history at LeMay, America's Car Museum. The current exhibit, Rare and Luxurious, features 100 years of exceptional automobiles, including stunning classics to beautiful goodies worth millions. Feel the thrill of driving a Formula One car on the exhilarating racing simulators and lunch in the cafe. It's a must activity for out-of-town guests, friends, and families. Plan your visit at americascarmuseum.org. Open Thursday through Monday. Visit americascarmuseum.org today.
This just in, the NFL schedule has dropped, and you know what that means. It's go time. Adam Schefter here with the Insider Tip. If you're trying to catch your team live this season, Vivid Seats is the move. For the best selection of games and seats, it's time to snap your tickets up now. Vivid Seats has great deals on great seats and the only rewards program in the game. It's no wonder they're the official ticketing partner of ESPN. So don't wait. Head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in those game days.
Summer's here, and seasonal businesses are hiring. Everything from hiking guides to surf instructors and more. Whether you're hiring for one of these roles or any other role, you need ZipRecruiter to find qualified candidates fast. ZipRecruiter's smart technology gets to work as soon as you post a job, diving in to find great matches and showing you top picks right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/USL to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/USL.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
Give me a freaking auto! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to accuse you of minute.
It doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Hello! Here's the next off of the way, swinging a high fly ball deep to left field, way up there. Holy smokes, and this one is, I believe, in the upper deck, and it's gone fair. Goodbye, baseball. Julio and Cal go back to back. Just fair down the left field line into the upper deck. Holy smokes, that one touched the cloud. Cal Raleigh with number 18 on the season.
Yes, he sure got a hold of that one. His first of 2. He had 19 by the time the night was done. And if you're a sports radio host in Seattle and you're not opening your show with Cal Raleigh today, you're probably doing something wrong, I would think. He's unbelievable right now, Brock. 1/3 of the way. Tonight will be 1/3 of the way through. Tonight is game 54. So once you get through tonight, you're 1/3 of the way through. If he does hit a home run tonight, he'll be on pace for 60.
Unbelievable. And what a call from Rizzy. What a call. That had some riz to it right there, Salk. Some aura to that call. It hit the one cloud in the sky on just an absolutely beautiful day. Coming off of an off day, a long road trip. Mariners look just energized and refreshed. They jump on Washington right away in that first inning. Just clobber and play, collectively as good a game as they can play this year.
Yeah, that's
and this
their
is going to be
A-game.
the year, Salk. Salk, this is going to be the year. This is the year it's going to happen. I'm going to say it right now. This is the year. This is the year they finally beat the Nationals in a series at home. Because it hasn't happened yet. So I don't know where you thought I was going with that.
I had no idea where you were going with that.
I could see the look in your face.
I know they've never done it. I did read that yesterday. How about Cal, man? He's got 19 home runs. He's got an OPS near 1,000. Even his average has ticked up. It's right almost at 260, which might be the most surprising and impressive thing he's doing right now. There is no doubt he's the best player on this team right now. He is carrying them. When he hits home runs, they are tremendous. Dan Wilson knows his catcher means the world.
Yeah, I mean, we've been saying it all year long, just what he has meant to this team and what he means to this team, not only behind the plate, at the plate, in the clubhouse, all the areas. And, he's putting up big numbers and tonight was a night when we needed, a lift and he and Julio were the guys to give us a lift early. And then, some great at-bats later on by some of the other guys and to add on to the runs. But Cal just, he continues to do it and it's been fun to watch for sure.
Yeah, I think in the American League, Salk, it's obviously what Aaron Judge has done is unbelievable. It's Barry Bonds-esque. The numbers are extraordinary. We'll see if he can stay healthy. That has been the one challenge for Judge. He's a big guy over the course of a season. There's not many years that he's played entire seasons. And obviously, if there was a MVP vote today in the American League, Aaron Judge is a runaway winner. But right there on his tail, number 2, clearly the silver medalist, is what Cal Raleigh has done, playing in every game so far this season and producing at the levels that catchers just don't produce.
And it really is fun. It's fun to watch him. He's such an easy guy to root for. As we've talked about a million times, everyone connects with Cal. He's just unbelievable. But you bring up Judge and the injuries, et cetera, and the difficulty staying on the field. And I don't want to be the downer on this, but I think you do have to ask, can your best hitter be a catcher? What does that look like? It's a fair question. I can't think of a ton of World Series teams who can say that, but there are a few, right? I mean, I think you would probably say it about the Giants with Buster Posey. They won 3 World Series in 6 years, and I would think he would be probably their best hitter over that time. In their 3 World Series years, he played 108, 148, and 147 games. Like, and Cal could probably get there into the mid to high 140s. But that means you still got to give him 12 to 14 days off, and he's had 0. Like, at some point, you got to give it doesn't have to be today. Maybe it's tomorrow, day game after. Like, there has to be an opportunity to give the guy at least a little bit of time off his feet. By the way, in those 3 seasons for Buster Posey, 23, 25, and 27 years old. Cal's a year older than that, 28, and he weighs probably 20, 30 more pounds than Buster Posey did. It is tempting to play him every night. I went looking again last night. Pudge, Mauer, Piazza. Maybe you have other, bench. I guess you could go way, way back. But I looked at Pudge, Mauer, and Piazza. All 3 of them had lower numbers in September than in any other month of their career, especially power numbers. So what he's doing is incredible. He's right now well above the pace of Salvi Perez for the all-time home run single season by a catcher. But can you find ways, and it's hard because how do you take him out of the lineup? He's your best hitter.
Yeah, it's what the Kansas City Royals were in 2021 when Salvi did that. Salvi hit 48 bombs in 2021. You know how many games he played? 161.
Wow.
Played in 161 of the 162. Now,
a bunch of them were DH. Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely. As they need to be for Cal over the course of this season. And, when you've got a Mitch Garver back there.
Salvi, I think, also played some first base, if I'm not mistaken, that year. I could be wrong about that, but maybe Lyle check that on me for a sec. See if he played some third base, or first base, rather, that year. But, yeah, I mean, like, do you want him on his feet catching every day?
No, I don't. Obviously, we know that this is a marathon. We know that, and the guy in the dugout knows that as much as anybody. Went back and looked at Dan Wilson's years and how many games that he played back there, and he never came close to touching that. I think his career high was maybe in the upper 140s, which is kind of the threshold for I think for catchers at that juncture and at that point. So, but right now you can't afford to not. Right now, is red hot as he is, right now using that red wiffle ball bat that I like to talk about when these guys get in the zone, Salk. Right now, when that bat whips through the zone on either the right side or the left side, he's doing things not done in the sport. Not hyperbole. To hit what he's done this year. Multi-home run game from the right side, multi-home run game from the left side. Never been done by a catcher in the history of this sport.
Crazy.
And we're not even, 54 games into this season.
It really is spectacular to watch. And doing all of it while playing A-plus defense and having the leadership that he does. It's pretty incredible. It really is. It's pretty.
We talked about a star. We need stars. So this city needs stars. You need stars. Right, you need them in every sport. You need them in the NBA. You need them in the NFL. You need them in Major League Baseball. You need stars, and stars become stars because they do things that nobody else can do. And right now, Cal is doing things not done before at that position.
Okay,
awesome.
So Salvi in 21 didn't play any first base, but he did DH 40 times.
40. So about a quarter of the games.
Yeah, so he played 122 behind the plate.
How many, I don't know what Cal is at in terms of DH days. I know he's had a bunch. But I don't know whether it would be a quarter. We could probably look and see how many games he's DH so far this year. But yeah, it's such a hard part, right? 162 battles, and the team has definitely adopted that mentality. And you see a lot of the upside of what it does. you also have, the question marks and the trade-offs that come with it. And I am curious to see kind of what that looks like.
By the way, did we even mention little Logan in the first 9 minutes?
We'll get to him. I got a whole segment at 8 o'clock dedicated to little Logan. Don't worry about that.
Little Logan.
We already talked about him at 6, and we'll come back to little Logan at 8. In fact, maybe we'll play some sound about him in a few minutes. We'll give you everything you need to know. Hey, and don't sleep on another guy who hit a home run last night, because that was a key one as well. It's next on Brock and Salk.
Wyman and Bob, afternoons 2 to 7.
What if the Mariners were fully healthy? They had their full complement of everybody in the rotation. You had Robles, you had Raleigh, Brash from the start of the year, I guess. 2. All of those guys are only worth 2 wins?
They're getting it done in a different kind of way. I mean, I think everything has worked out for a reason.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, afternoons 2 to 7 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Feeling lucky? Don't miss the Lucky Classic Collector Car Truck and Boat Auction, Saturday, May 31st at Tacoma's LeMay Marymount Event Center. Hundreds of cars, vintage, muscle, exotic, classics, trucks, boats, and more. Saturday, May 31st at Tacoma's LeMay Marymount Event Center. Millions of dollars in inventory, many must sell with no reserve whatsoever. Get lucky, get local, and get in line for the Northwest's greatest collector car auction. Auction details at luckyoldcar.com.
Hey, Mike Salk here, and great news. This August, luxury awaits at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. Yes, the hotel is finally opening. You can book now for an unforgettable summer experience at snocasino.com. Breathtaking views of the Cascades in Snoqualmie Valley, an expanded non-smoking gaming floor, awesome destination spa, a 2,000-seat entertainment space and convention center, and yes, new food venues, restaurants as well. You can book at snocasino.com. Seattle's closest. It's now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Get a $15 prepaid MasterCard after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
The home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Cal swinging a drive, deep to right field.
Every pitch of every Mariners game is on the Seattle Sports app.
So I formed Davis Law Group about 30 years ago, and I would get, the same questions from people about what to do in the case of an accident. Do you need a lawyer? To the point where I decided that I would at least write a book which would answer the common questions that I would receive as a lawyer. Once I wrote my first book, it proved to be hugely popular. I decided to write then a series of books in different accident cases so that we could really teach people about their rights, how to protect them, and how to decide on whether they need a lawyer and what lawyer to hire. I've found in my career that having a client that is educated and knowledgeable about their particular type of case really helps the client and also usually ends up making the case or the claim more successful. To get your free copy of any of my Washington accident books, visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
The first Mariners fireworks night is coming up, and we're starting things off with a bang. Be here this Friday for our K-pop fireworks show, presented by T-Mobile, after the team takes on the Twins at 7:10.
Jorge Polanco, his second home run of the night. He is absolutely on fire.
Get ready for an epic dance party as we light up the sky with a post-game show powered by the biggest global hits, fireworks, and Mariners baseball. That's two spectacular shows in one unforgettable night.
JP with a flip, and they got him at first base. How in the world?
Visit Mariners.com/fireworks to get your tickets and see the complete lineup of all 6 Mariners fireworks nights this summer, including a sing-along show on June 13th and a patriotic palooza on July 3rd. Plus, check out everything else on deck at T-Mobile Park, like 3 straight Mariners value games against the Orioles starting Tuesday, June 3rd. Mariners baseball. Try dance up.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, everybody could have just saved a lot of time and just turned that game off after 1 inning because it was over. The Mariners scored their 3 runs. Logan Evans showed that he was going to dominate, and that was really all you needed to see. The rest was just for fun, quite frankly. The other 8 innings, who needs them? They started off with a bang. J.P. Crawford got on base, and then it was Julio.
JP leads, pitch to Julio. Swinging a drive, deep to left field. Wood going back, looking up. Goodbye, baseball. Julio parks it into the Mariner pen.
Yeah, that was his 10th of the year. So for all of the, Julio's not doing this, that, and the other, he's on pace for more than 30 home runs. And he still hasn't really hit that hot streak yet that we kind of expect from Julio. So I think that's actually pretty good news. 7 of the 10 have been in the first inning?
Yeah.
Bizarre. That is a bizarre stat. I don't even really know what to make of that. But credit to him. He got them on the board. And then really Cal and Logan Evans took over from there. 2 home runs for Cal and a tremendous night for Logan Evans. Cruises through 8 innings. Didn't even get to 90 pitches. Allowed just a solo home run. He was awesome, Brock.
Super fun. And, just, golly, the Mariners just continue to they mine these guys, they develop them. Now, he was not a first rounder like Emerson. And
he's a 12th rounder.
He was a 12th rounder. He's a little more in that Bryce Miller vein, right, as well, Salk. I mean, look at his collegiate innings. I think Titus threw more innings the last 2 years in Little League. I'm not kidding. 8 innings one year, 14 innings the next year. Like 66 in his final year, but it's not like this guy was proven in any way.
No, I mean, it's almost closer to Brian Wu.
They just incubate him. They just develop them. And a little bit unlike Wu and Miller, when they faced all left-handed lineups their first couple years, first year in particular,
struggle
they had some challenge.
Yep.
Not Logan last night, man. That was 9 lefties, and he went through them like a knife through warm butter.
Well, and not surprisingly, afterwards, he was crediting his guy, Cal Raleigh.
Amazing leader. I mean, he does it in the clubhouse. He does it with the guys. We had a talk in Houston about just kind of game plan and stuff and being on the same page, and it was really cool that he just pulled me aside and we got to have that chat. And then on the field, I mean, he's a menace at the plate right now. And I'm sure you guys know this statistic, but every time I've won, or the team's won when I've pitched, he's also hit a home run. So it's a pretty good equation. He hits a home run, and I just hopefully do my thing on the mound and we'll win. So, but it's cool. He brings so much value to this team, obviously.
I can see why you like him, Lyle. He's got a little Lyle to him.
He does?
Yeah.
He's got a Lyle Riz to him, doesn't he?
He's got a little Lyle to him. No, I mean, I'm not saying you look alike or anything. I don't mean that, but just he's got a little. You guys have, I don't know. You share something. What do you think?
I mean, I know he's like I know he's kind of a stats guy and like a little bit of a baseball nerd in his own right. So maybe in that way.
Stats guy, we'll get him off this team. He doesn't belong here anymore. 9-1 the final. Right back at it tonight. George Kirby will be back for a second start, taking on Trevor Williams, who does, Brock, have an ERA over 6.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
We also got the full injury update yesterday. Here's Justin Hollander on Bryce Miller.
Bryce is doing well. He threw a bullpen yesterday. It went well. Anticipate him joining the rotation later this homestand. So super positive on Bryce. TBD on which actual day.
Maybe this weekend. I don't know that we're sure yet. That would be against Minnesota. Now, they also did confirm it is a bone spur, as we suggested yesterday, either loose bodies or maybe a bone spur. And that's what it is. Back of his right elbow that's caused the discomfort. So, okay, now we know what it is, right?
Mm-hmm. And now we just hope that they can continue to kind of medicate that thing through cortisone shots or otherwise, or just settles down and it doesn't have to deal with what Salk calls a lot of inflation in that elbow.
You got to be careful of that.
Yes.
Logan Gilbert fared well. He's set to make a rehab start for Tacoma tomorrow, which is great. Assuming things go well, we could see him back in the rotation soon.
Luke Raleigh coming back to town.
Absolutely. Victor Robles, going to be still a while.
I think July is to ramp up baseball activities. So I would anticipate September in terms of where Victor's at. He'll have been shut down for a long time at that point. He's going to need quite a bit of buildup and strengthening, so it will be a while before we see Victor.
Yeah, I think we kind of expected that. And then, Brock, I threw this one out there. You know who's just about ready is Jackson Kowar. Another just hard-throwing, high strikeout guy for your bullpen. And you do still have room for one more there right now. Blas Castano is in there. So if you were to replace him in another couple days with Jackson Kowar, that sounds pretty appetizing to me.
The idea might be back in July.
Not getting too excited about that there yet. I'm more on the Kowar train, at least right now, just because I haven't seen enough of him.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Phase 3 of the offseason for the Seahawks began yesterday, so now 7-on-7, 11-on-11 drills. Still no contact. Brock, you said you wanted to see some
swagger.
I think you got it yesterday, at least reading through what John Boyle had to write. He was the only one there because the assembled media was not allowed. But talking about Witherspoon, talking trash to everybody, it sounds like there was a little of that swag yesterday.
When Titus comes up to me, he's like, look at Spoon. This guy's crazy.
I mean, he is.
I'm like, yeah, he's kind of got that. He's got that Legion of Boom juice to him. I mean, he is a tie back to that group, as we said so many different times. Can you imagine? Can you imagine if he was opposite Richard or he was the nickel? And I mean, he would have been.
He would have fit right in.
Just another pea in that pod for sure.
That is absolutely true, and it looked like attendance was good. I mean, we don't get the full rundown of who was there and who wasn't, but it sure seemed anyway like anyone that you would want to be there was there. So, good news on that front.
And by the way, somebody on social media, and actually I can quote this somebody because I think I retweeted it on my own site.
It's nice of you.
He's got kind of a funky Rita Haka Copeland. Yeah. I asked about Gray Zabel's aura.
Oh, yes.
I don't know if you saw the picture where he had a stretching band around.
Oh, I looked at all the pictures, yeah.
His head like Pat Benatar did back in the day, and he just nailed it. He said Enumclaw. He's just Gray Zabel is straight Buckley Enumclaw.
Okay.
And I really hope he's at that Lumberjacks competition that they hold there every year in Buckley, because that dude just fits Enumclaw to a T.
All right, that's everything you need to know. It's funny, you and I look at those pictures very differently. I was looking at the pictures just to see who was there. Like I don't notice anything else. Like check. Yes, this person was there. Check. And you're like, look at this guy's aura. Look at the silly thing he has on his head.
Yeah, we like Clayton, with the database.
Check. Yeah, of course that. Saw Grace Zabel there, but also too. Pretty sure I saw Devin Witherspoon. That's me last night. It's just one of the many ways, Brock, I'm just like John Clayton. I think that's something everyone who knows us both would tell you.
Birds of a feather.
All right, well, you want to do a few more minutes of football? We got a lot of baseball to come today. We're going to dig into this starting rotation at 8 o'clock. We'll talk to John Smoltz at 8:30. So a lot of baseball to come. But we started kind of going through one name yesterday, and then I thought more about it last night, and I spent some time putting pen to paper, and I wrote about him, Brock. And then Maura sent over some, I don't know, discouraging reviews maybe of the Seahawks offseason. And I think I can't argue with a lot of it. And so I think it's time to solve the problem. We'll do it next on Brock and Salk.
Wyman and Bob, afternoons 2 to 7.
What if the Mariners were fully healthy? They had their full complement of everybody in the rotation. You had Robles, you had Raleigh, Brash from the start of the year, I guess. 2. All of those guys are only worth 2 wins?
They're getting it done in a different kind of way. I mean, yeah, I think everything has worked out for a reason.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, afternoons 2 to 7 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
All right, it's going to be 85 degrees here, so summer is not too far away. And you know what that means: beach, barbecues, golf, vacation. Heck, I'm going to do at least one of those things today. And when you take pictures at all those things, don't you want to look and feel your very best? Well, Eastside Weight Loss Clinic can absolutely help. Trust me, you can do this fast. I lost 15 pounds just in the first 2 weeks. I lost 35 pounds total in just 8 weeks. So there's definitely time. Don't wait. Schedule a 15-minute no-obligation consult right now at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Here's what you can expect: safe, healthy, sustainable weight loss, no exercise, no pills, no injections, and definitely no surgery. Real food that you buy at the grocery store. You will lose weight, and you will look and feel your very best. That feeling, it's on the other end of just a 15-minute phone consultation. You can schedule it right now at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. That's eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Hey folks, John Curley here. One of the best home comfort inventions of recent time, mini split systems. Now you can enjoy efficient heating and cooling while saving energy and reducing utility bills with personalized room comfort. Call my friends at Home Comfort Alliance for a free consultation, and for a limited time, get 18 months same as cash financing on all qualified systems. For all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, call the comfort people. Home Comfort Alliance. Visit homecomfortalliance.com.
Warmer weather, more sunlight, and your new car. That's right. At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, summer starts here. With their combined inventory of new, used, and certified pre-owned inventory, you're in for a summer to remember. Their fantastic teams will set you up with a test drive so you can ride off into that summer sun the same day. Summer starts here at Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton. Whether you're in the north or the south, they got you covered. Visit their incredible showrooms today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
Progressive knows road trips without your pet can be tough.
Hi, this is Next Stop Dog Boarding.
Hi, it's Scott again. How's Squeaks doing? You can tell if he's stressed by his eyebrows. Oh, and his breathing should sound like this.
Scott, Squeaks is exactly the same as last time you called.
Okay, let's talk in 20 to see if anything's changed.
With Progressive, your pet is covered up to $1,000 in vet bills in case of a car accident. So next time, you can take your pet with you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Coverage for dogs and cats is included with the purchase of collision coverage and subject to policy terms.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small, loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
The home of the Mariners.
Left off to center. It is on its way. Julio, 2-run home run.
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Are you worried about economic conditions, tariffs, and inflation? Are you tired of trying to time the stock market? Maybe it's time to take a little risk off the table given current market volatility. For stability, there's no better option than Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, a fixed return of 9%. Hi, I'm Scott Rurucka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. We've been running local real estate investment funds for over 18 years with zero investor losses, averaging double-digit returns since inception, and we also accept IRAs. Over 1,000 local investors have invested over $250 million in our Legacy family of funds. Feeling uneasy? Don't gamble your hard-earned money or risk your retirement. Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, returning 9%, has limited openings for new investors right now.
Call 425-635-4700 or visit LegacyG.com. That's LegacyG.com. This is not investment advice. Legacy investments available to accredited investors only. Details at LegacyG.com.
Hey, Brock Ewart here for my friends over at Xfinity. You know, change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, we know that change is all around us. Songs are rewritten and remade. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists, well, they come and go. Even our taste in music, as we get older, can change a bit. But no matter how things change in 5 years, there's one thing that will stay the same, and that is the price of your internet. That's right. Xfinity is introducing a 5-year price guarantee. It means you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with their best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Are you surprised? Well, life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Now, restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August of 2024. Go check it all out right online at Xfinity.com/deals.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Tomorrow at this time, we will speak with Sheil Kapadia, one of our good friends, and guy used to cover the Seahawks, of course, when he was in town for ESPN. He's now with The Ringer after some time at The Athletic, and he's back in Philadelphia, but doing a lot of national writing. And I would put him on the list of people that are not too impressed with what the Seahawks did this offseason. In fact, he gave them a C. Here's Sheil Kapadia.
They had a mediocre offense last year, and they replaced Geno Smith with Sam Darnold. They replaced DK Metcalf with Cooper Kupp. They replaced Ryan Grubb with Clint Kubiak. And they add one offensive lineman who's a rookie in Gray Zabel. So that does not inspire me. As I've mentioned before, I'm giving them a C-.
Oh, a C-. I'm sorry. I said a C. But a C- from Sheil Kapadia is not too impressed. C-, not a very good grade.
He also said he found himself wondering with that roster how he would grade them if DK and Geno were still there, and he thought it would definitely be better.
Yeah, and I get it. I think the like view from afar, quick blink, yeah, absolutely. You would be better with guys that you're more familiar with in key positions of knowledge. I'm not convinced, obviously quarterback's the most key position, but wide receiver, you definitely know all their names. I'm just not convinced that it's a more important position than some of the others on the field. And so then I see this from Ben Solak, who writes the Seahawks offseason got a ton of coverage, so we don't need to rehash it all. But when Geno Smith, Tyler Lockett, and DK Metcalf leave the building for Darnold, Kupp, and Marquez Valdez-Scantling, you're downgraded in my eyes. The offensive line still has big question marks, even if rookie Gray Zabel plays well. Coach Mike McDonald worked wonders with the defense last season and must do it again this year. I'll tell you what, Brock, so we've now heard this from a lot of national folks. I kind of like everything the Seahawks have done. I don't really have any issues with the things they've done. I think that what's fair from the national view here is that they haven't done enough. I don't have any issues with the moves they've made. The question is, have you made enough of them? And I think there's a very real possibility that they have not. And I think that idea of like, hey, you wanted your offensive line on question marks. What did you do? I added one offensive lineman. No, that's probably not enough, especially because he's going to be a rookie, right? Okay, we wanted to do this, that, and the other. We want to make sure the defense, did you add enough to make your defense great? Well, you brought in two rookies, one of which isn't going to play this year, and the other is more of a project with upside. Now, he may make your defense elite at some point, but is it going to be right away? I don't know that anyone thinks that's, sort of what Eamon Warry's going to do immediately. And so all of that is a long way of saying, and I wrote about it last night at seattlesports.com, I do think you've got to spend some time really looking hard at Trey Hendrickson and seeing if that is a possibility. You've got a ton of money that you haven't spent yet. If you are trying to reallocate your resources from wide receiver towards another more important part of your team, you've done step one, which is removing the money from the wide receiver position. But step two has to be actually reallocating it somewhere. They didn't do it on the offensive line. Fine. You didn't like any of the offensive linemen that were available. We can agree to disagree, and I'll say, okay, fine. But surely you can't make the argument that Trey Hendrickson wouldn't help this team. He's one of the dominant defensive players in the league right now.
Okay, a couple things here. I think number one, from an offensive line standpoint, and anybody that we talk to locally addresses this and talks about this, from Brady to the Hawk Blogger to Ray Roberts, the difference this line is with Abe Lucas and without it. When he is to, I think, the O-line what Randy Rosarena is to the Mariners lineup, just a bona fide difference maker. That, he's a good player, and you need to have good players, and to have bookend tackles that are both good players is a big deal. I think number two, when you talk about this defense, Salk, you probably got to add in Uchenna and DeMarcus Lawrence. Uchenna was lost for a majority of last season. DeMarcus Lawrence is still one of the better run-stuffing edge players with a lot of familiarity with this defensive coordinator.
Good.
So you got to kind of add those, I think, two pieces to the equation
I'm willing
as well.
to do that. I'm willing to talk through those two guys,
and then,
for sure.
And then lastly, help me understand this one. And maybe Lyle and Maura and the Textoid and everybody can weigh in. We kind of waded into these waters a little bit a week ago or 2 weeks ago, Salk, when PFF's numbers came out and ranked Geno Smith number 10 and Sam Darnold number 26. And we had a little debate then. Can you just help me psychologically understand how Geno Smith now leaves and he's crowned as something he was never in his 3 years here in Seattle?
It is bizarre.
I mean, honestly, what is it? It's like the third time through the lineup with the Mariners bats. Like, this doesn't make sense. Why did, when we were kind of screaming and clamoring for, the QBR of Geno and the 4,000 yards and the 70% and all, no, he's a 20-something quarterback. He's a tier 3, tier 4. And now he leaves, and all of a sudden he's a top 10 quarterback.
I mean, the same was sort of true of Russell, right? I mean, like when he was here, he constantly denigrated for a long time, and then all of a sudden he gets traded to Denver, and they're putting up the billboards saying it's not a drill, it's time to go get Super Bowl tickets. I mean, like there does seem to be, and in 16 years, it's hard to ignore. There is definitely a sense that being in Seattle has a level of purgatory across the national media landscape in all sports. There's no doubt. I mean, like, I may have fought against it early in my time here in Seattle and not wanted to believe it, but after 16 years, I don't know how you can ignore it. Yeah. There's definitely something to that. Oh, you're not in Seattle anymore? Well, now you're top 10. What? Like, how could that possibly be the case?
Oh, Pete Carroll's back in the league. Oh, Pete Carroll loves him. Oh, Pete Carroll wants him. Oh, Pete Carroll trades for him.
I agree with
I mean,
you.
we saw some people who gave Geno love, like Dan Orlovsky was always high on him, but Brock's right, it wasn't a lot.
No.
And what I don't get is they're saying, well, Sam Darnold is playing with a less talented team than last year. Is Geno not? Everyone's acting like he's going to go and have the best season.
He's got Ashton Genty. He's got Brock Bowers. Right,
I mean, I thought they also thought DK was so talented last year, and everyone else that the Seahawks lost. I don't know. I'm with you. I think that there's a lot of kind of
I'm honestly, and I'm not just bringing it up. I'm honestly trying to understand what is the phenomenon that has created this. What is it about Geno that when he was here and playing, he was never regarded this way?
Right.
And it isn't until he leaves that now he is deemed a far better player than Sam Darnold.
It's really bizarre.
And certainly nearly a top 10 player when you actually look at the numbers.
It's bizarre.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
It's because to the rest of the country, Seattle is on the moon.
Right.
It's like it doesn't exist. That, like, East Coast bias is real. I don't know what you want people to tell people.
But it's
real.
not like he's now with the New York Giants. I mean, he went to the Raiders, for God's sakes, who are also on the West Coast.
The Raiders are kind of a big brand.
That's
They're in
true.
Vegas.
Well, it depends who you ask, actually. There's been some fights over that in the past. No, Lyle, you're absolutely right. I think there's definitely an element of that. But Brock, just to bring it back around here, I totally agree. It's insane. It's totally insane. Which is why I said I like all the moves Seahawks made. I like trading Geno and essentially getting Sam Darnold and a third-round pick that you essentially turn into Jalen Milroe. I love that. I think that's great. That's great use. You go younger, you get cheaper, you're more versatile, you have more options. I love it. I like trading DK and getting back what you did and sort of, giving yourself an opportunity to change the way your team is built. I love drafting Gray Zabel. I love their draft. There's a lot of great things they did. I like the long-term upside of Eamon Worry and what's the other kid, Riley Mills. But the reality is you only spent 2 of your 11 picks on defense. And while you're right, Brock, Chenna and DeMarcus Lawrence are relevant. But they're not stars. You just talked about Cal Raleigh's star potential. Those guys aren't stars. DeMarcus Lawrence was almost a decade ago. He's now a player that kind of fits into what you're doing. Trey Hendrickson's a star. I know sacks aren't the be-all, end-all. I'm not saying he's a perfect player. There's some issues there. But he had 17.5 sacks each of the last 2 years. If you add up the sack total last year of all 4 of the Seahawks' current edge guys, Hall had 8, Mafe had 6, DeMarcus Lawrence had 3 with the Cowboys, and Nwosu had 1. You know what that total is? 18. Almost exactly the equivalent of 17.5 for Trey Hendrickson. They totaled half a sack more than he did by himself. Brock, that's a difference maker. That's a guy that comes in and has star power and demands double teams and everything else that you're looking to do and gives you the opportunity to use those guys in a rotation. Those guys are still relevant. And apparently his biggest flaw is he doesn't stop the run very well. Great. Well, you just picked up guys who do. You're telling me you can't afford to have an edge rusher who's great at one thing? I think you can. And I think it would help make this defense elite and completely change the way I would view this offseason, which I've already liked, but that would take me from like to love.
So you're moving Boye Mafe in a second rounder, and then you're paying this guy.
You sure you got to do all that?
$30 million a year.
Are you sure you got to move Boye in the second rounder? Is he worth that much more than Leonard Williams? Leonard Williams was a second rounder.
Mm-hmm.
Is he worth that much more than Leonard Williams? I don't know. I don't think so. He's about the same age. He's maybe a little bit more productive. Yeah, okay, maybe he's worth a little bit more. But is he worth a Boye Mafe more? That feels kind of extreme.
Well, are you then willing to take away a Boye Mafe and
yeah, I think at this point I know that Boye Mafe last year coming up with 6 sacks. Yes, I'm willing to take away a few at bats.
And Derek Hall.
Yeah, I'm willing to take away a few at bats. That doesn't mean they're not going to get at bats. I think that, quite frankly, you want a rotation at that position to make sure everybody stays healthy, right? And that you're getting them sort of the same ideas you talk about with pitching. Like, I'd rather have them for fewer snaps going 100% all out, like a hockey shift, than I would, having them take some plays off in order to preserve for the full 60 minutes. Yeah, I'm down with that.
So you're willing to make this move, but you're not willing to dig into and wade into the Jalen Ramsey waters.
Yeah. It's not even close. Yeah, I feel totally differently.
A position of need in this defense, a position that doesn't have the kind of depth and 4 difference-making edges, whether they're elite or not, there's still 4 kind of difference-making edges, and Uchenna and a DeMarcus and Derek Hall and a Boye Mafe, and into a secondary where there's some real question marks as far as depth after your starters. It gets pretty darn thin there. You're willing to wade into these waters more so than you are Jalen.
I will say, if before I looked it up just now while you were talking, I would have said Jalen Ramsey is older than he is. I thought he was older than 30. They're roughly the same age. They're like 2 months apart. So I would have, if you had asked me how old Jalen Ramsey is, I think I would have said 33. So I was off by a few years in thinking about it. So in that way, maybe I should consider it a little bit more than as dismissive as I just was.
Now, he is noisy. I think he's a lot noisier than...
I don't care about that. I mean, I care a little bit about it, but not much. To me, Brock, it's just the positional value. And the positional value to me, if I'm going to spend resources and money, I'd rather do it on the edge than I would at cornerback. I just don't think the position is as important.
Well, I do not think in any way they are done in the transaction phase and the acquisition phase. I think unlike you and me and most folks, we look at free agency in the first couple waves. We look at the NFL draft and we kind of think things are set. I don't think that's the way that John and Trent and the personnel department, those guys view it at all. I think they're viewing this next acquisition phase of some salary cap dumps, of teams looking at their rosters, of having these OTAs, of realizing like, well, we thought this, but there actually is a need there, an opportunity here. And I don't think by any means they're done. And we know that they have very much kicked the tires on Sewell Douglas and Shaq Griffin and would love to find a way to get either of those guys.
And I would rather do that at corner.
Session.
Like, I'm fine with that at corner. I've been pretty steadfast about this offseason. Don't touch your defensive edge unless you can get great. I don't think you needed to draft a defensive edge player in the second round or anything like that. Riley Mills is a long-term thing, fine. Even then, he kind of plays more up front. Like, I don't need them to bring in another rotational piece of defense at the edge. But if you have an opportunity to get elite, I would rather have a rotational piece
Star
at
versus
corner.
starter, right?
That's right. Shaquille Griffin, or who was the other guy we mentioned?
Sewell Douglas.
Yeah, okay, fine. That's
Starters.
cool. Bring those guys in. They can start. They can play. They're part of your rotation at corner. I don't need another guy. You've got enough of those guys on the edge. But Trey Hendrickson was number 2 in the Defensive Player of the Year voting last year. You're talking about a star, a guy who changes what this defense is. And they've done this before. Right, we kind of went through it yesterday, but Clowney and Dwayne Brown and Jamal Adams and Sheldon Richardson and Carlos Dunlap, and heck, you could even go as far as Leonard Williams, Marshawn Lynch, Jimmy Graham, Percy Harvin. Like, John does not mind throwing a lifeline to a player that is upset in their current situation and wants to get out.
And the hit rate on all those names?
Some have been better than others, obviously. There's no doubt. But Clowney worked out. I mean, he was good and worth what you gave up. Dwayne Brown certainly worked out and then some. Jamal and Sheldon, hey, don't trade with the Jets. Carlos Dunlap absolutely worked out. That was probably the best one. Leonard Williams worked out. Marshawn Lynch worked out. And then you got Jimmy, which we've talked a lot about. It's complicated. And then Percy, complicated as well. But I don't think your hit rate is bad. I don't think that's a bad hit rate. And by the way, 3 of the best hits on there were guys in their 30s. Brown, Dunlap, and Williams. All 3 of those guys were 30-plus when you traded for them as well.
Am I misremembering Carlos Dunlap?
He's pretty good.
Was he?
He showed up here and had 8 sacks in 8 games.
I know he had like the longest go-go gadget arms ever.
Dude, he was pretty good for 2 years. Yeah.
Okay, I'm honestly, you've mentioned that now a handful of times. I'm not trying to diminish the point. I'm trying to really remember. Was Dunlap?
He was actually pretty good. I don't know if I would say he was great. That would be an exaggeration.
That'd be a reach, I think.
That would be a reach.
Yes, Lyle. What, Lyle?
Well, that was the year they couldn't get any pressure to save their lives the first handful of games of the year, and he changed that a little bit once he got in.
And I'm sorry, I misspoke. He's had 5 sacks in 8 games when he first got here.
Okay.
That's pretty good. He started 6 of those games. He had 5 sacks in 8 games.
Yep.
Next year, he had 8.5 sacks. Now, again, I'm just looking at sacks. That's not everything, but he had 14 QB hits that year as well. And then that was it. They let him go after that year.
He's very solid. I would say those are really solid numbers.
But he was not in any way Trey Hendrickson either.
No, and you didn't have to pay him equally 30-something.
No, understood. But, I mean, he was a guy who had only once in his career had double-digit sacks. This guy's coming off of 2 years of 17.5 sacks. He's one of the best defensive players in football. I can't believe that we're not united here saying, hey, you got a chance to get one of the best defensive players in football to make this defense elite at a premium defensive position? Am I taking crazy pills? Of course you want to trade for this guy. And in this situation, like, you get him a second pick and a player? Yes. 1,000,000 times yes. Where do I sign up for that? Yes. Make it happen. Let's do some Blue 88.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88.
Blue 88! Blue 88!
We take you to the field as Brock Ewart breaks down 3 football questions as only he can.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Ewart and Mike Salk.
All right, I gotta calm down. Question number 1 for you, buddy. First of all, where did you read Mike McDonald's breakdown of practice?
Oh, I sent you all the tweet last night. That's a 30-second video of him.
It was a video.
Sure, it was a video. You didn't click on it?
No,
you didn't click on it.
I didn't see it.
Did Lyle do any homework of Logan Evans and Emerson Hancock? No. Did Lyle's email last night consist of a tweet that I sent you guys on the. I think we've got a lot of confusion between
did you not read
the text stream and the email stream. I think we need to
consolidate,
like huddle up.
Or maybe you and Salk should have like a personal thread for the game, because you asked about a guest last night and I just realized I didn't see it because there was 25 texts in between that about the game.
Also,
I didn't want to bring that up, Maura, because I didn't want you to get mad at me about all the other work you did. I know.
All right, I'm going to bring this
Yeah,
up.
go ahead.
Remember how I said yesterday when you asked me to do the homework and I said I'll do it in the morning because the numbers need to update in the morning. I couldn't do it when you asked.
He did say that.
Okay, great. Awesome.
All right.
It's out in front of me.
Here in 10 minutes.
Now that we handled all of that.
Jeez. All right. Everybody get that out of their system.
Family business. Now,
Brock,
huddle up.
what did you read about into McDonald's breakdown of practice?
Now that I know that we don't have the video sound of it, I got it. What I read into it is at the very end of it, who did he ask to break the whole thing down? Is it a little thing? Absolutely. It's a little thing, Salk, but it's the first time this team's brought together in a competitive OTA situation. Who do you think Mike McDonald said at the end of it, after his 30 seconds of loving the competition, loving the offense winning plays, defense winning plays,
Spoon.
Love the guys all picking up each other. You think he goes Spoon?
Yes.
I would have thought Spoon too. Sam, break us down.
Yeah. Good.
And here comes the plumber. Sam, the plumber, right on in there to and he looked
It
like
does
a
make
plumber.
sense. He is QB1.
He sure is. And I think that's I think that is a opportunity you have there as a coach. I don't think that is just spur of the moment. I think it's premeditated. Sam, your voice, your QB1, you're our guy. Break us down. And I think that's a cool way to start the whole OTA offseason.
Yeah, pretty cool. All right, question number 2. All right, as we're starting phase 3 around the league, who or what is the biggest storyline in the NFL?
I was trying to think about this. There's a lot of teams that are storyline-less. And I don't think the Seahawks are one of those. I think with all of the offseason flurry of moves he made, moving on from Geno and DK, and obviously we're going to just tear Sheil Kapadia to shreds.
We are?
Oh, I'm getting to bed early tonight. Yes.
Okay.
This game goes extra innings tonight. You can count on me being long gone asleep because I'm gonna take it to Sheil Kapadia.
All right. Wow.
Giving them a C- on their offseason or whatever he did. Are the Cleveland Browns or the Pittsburgh Steelers the biggest story? Is the AFC North's got to be the biggest story.
It's a pretty interesting story. There's the most drama, that's for sure.
Yeah. So I think as we get going here.
Did you hear the Terry Bradshaw sound? Oh my God, I got to play this for you. You did?
Yeah. Did you see my? No, you didn't see it because I think I separately texted you, right, Maura? I texted you my trash take. That was not to the group.
Oh, was the Terry Bradshaw thing on there?
No.
Good.
Somebody else.
Okay, I got to play you the Terry Bradshaw on Aaron Rodgers going to Pittsburgh.
What do you think about possibly Aaron Rodgers being the quarterback? That's a joke. He shouldn't. That is just to me is a joke. What are you going to bring him in for 1 year? Are you kidding me? I mean,
that's not the Steelers' way, right?
No, man, that guy needs to stay in California and go, somewhere and chew on bark and whisper to the guys out there.
100%.
There you go. That's the story. So the guy that's not even signed to a contract currently in the NFL still seems to find a way to be the biggest story in the NFL.
All right, question number 3. We're nearing list season, Brock. It's almost list season. Are you ready? CBS entirely dropped the ball. The dumbest list you've seen. Tell me.
I think this is the dumbest list I've seen yet.
Okay.
They ranked the 66 Power 4 head coaches. So.
Okay.
Kind of cool list, right? At the top, you kind of know the names: Dabo and national champion Ryan Day, and what guys have done there. It's kind of curious where Jed Fish would be on this list.
Yeah.
And I think it's kind of fair. I think Jed's probably in the 30s. Had a remarkable year in Arizona, and after he's left there, you've seen the challenge they've had, and did a nice job, I thought, last year. And there's some big expectations. You talk about kind of the hype train, and this is a big month of June. The recruiting is absolutely going the right way, and he's keeping a fence around, and they have him at number 39. I'm like, feels a little low. Not even in the top half of the coaches.
Okay.
And then when I look at some of them ahead of him, I'm like, really? Matt Rule, okay, Dave Dorn. Where do you think Deion Sanders, who has gone, let's see, 4-8 and 9-4, do that math, 13-12, is a Power 4 head coach? What do you think they have, Deion?
8th?
33rd.
Oh, okay.
7 spots ahead of Jed Fish. Ahead of Mike Gundy.
That's
with
so
20
strange, too,
consecutive-
because Jed Fish coaches at one of the blue blood programs west of the Mississippi.
20 consecutive winning seasons for Mike Gundy, who's sitting there at 34. Sonny Dykes took the team to a national title, 35.
So weird for a blue-blooded program west of the Mississippi. Very
You trying
strange.
to get my vein to pop out?
Maybe.
You trying?
Maybe.
Huh?
Maybe.
You trying?
425. Salk, which is a better mental image, Bruce Arians chewing on paint chips or Aaron Rodgers chewing on bark? No, Bruce, let's be fair, Bruce drinks paint. Twice his brother tricked him into drinking paint. Twice. That's today's Blue 88. Twice. Not once, but twice. He was convinced to drink paint. Yeah, that's the great quarterback guru, Brock. A two-time paint drinker. Bruce Arians. All right. You said you wanted to
Blue
talk
88.
about Little Logan?
I do, but before we got a minute here. Blue 88, right back at you, Saul.
Okay.
You looked through every picture of the Seahawks yesterday, first day of OTA, and what jumped out?
Come on, man. I told you what jumped out was the attendance.
Okay.
It looked like everyone who mattered was there. I don't know the full attendance. Maybe there were some folks that didn't think it was important. But yeah, just be there.
There was Cooper, there was Leonard, there was K9, there was all
dudes. Those veterans where you're like, oh, are they going to be there? I didn't know that I saw Jaron Reed, so maybe that's a question. I'm not saying he wasn't there. I just don't remember seeing a picture of him. He's kind of a veteran I'd like to see there. But, man, like that to me is the most important thing here. Just be there. Just be there for your team.
How about the first day? And I remember seeing the strength coaches the week of the draft. I saw them out on the field before the draft, and they were like unbelievable attendance, just off the charts.
Good.
And oh, by the way, we've been able to be outside every day at the start.
Weird
of
they
the
would bring that
offseason.
up since it doesn't matter. It's so strange to me that they would even bring that up since it's all voluntary. So it just doesn't matter.
Oh.
Just doesn't matter at all. Coming up next, Brock, you want to talk Little Logan? We can, but it leads to a very uncomfortable conversation. It's next on Brock and Salk.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
The bar is set a little higher than it used to be. What's been most impressive to me this whole year is just how they've been playing on the road this year. Second most wins in MLB. And you're winning in ways that we did not expect. But Dan has said it. You said it. I heard Jerry say it the other day as well. They win in multiple ways. And if you want to be a good baseball team, that's what you have to do.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
This is Matt Coker from West Coast Men's Health. Has Viagra stopped working for you? Do you hate the side effects? If you've taken Viagra for any length of time, you already know that pills are not the solution to ED. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. No pills, no shots, no surgery. We can also treat Peyronie's disease. Our non-invasive treatment for ED is painless and highly effective. We have treated thousands of men just like you. Stop living with this problem and do something about it. Do yourself a favor, do your partner a favor, and call us today.
Call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com. HSA cards welcome and financing available.
Riverside Roofing is offering $1,000 off a new roof replacement. Book a free estimate online, and when you meet with Brandon, that's Don's son, tell him you heard the message on the radio station. Go to riversideroofingllc.com. It's Riverside Roofing, the roofing company you can trust.
Your new beginning starts now. D.R. Horton has new construction homes available throughout the greater Seattle area. With spacious floor plans, flexible living spaces, and home technology packages, you can enjoy more cozy moments and sweet memories in your beautiful new home. With new home communities opening throughout the Seattle area, D.R. Horton has the ideal home for you. Visit drhorton.com to learn more. D.R. Horton, America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to Bundle Deal Days at AutoZone.
Well, I do need a bundle of things.
When you bundle, you save.
Do I save if I bundle oil with an oil filter?
Save up to $12 on that bundle.
What about brake pads and rotors?
Bundle those and the brake pads are free.
Can't save more than free.
You can save on hundreds of deals during Bundle Deal Days. Ends June 2nd at AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply. Duralast brake pads only.
Now is the perfect time to start on your next success.
An accredited state university, University of Maryland Global Campus offers online and hybrid courses. Plus, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
As a fan, you know all the important sports cliches. And when you save money by bundling your home and auto with Progressive, you can get out there and give it 110%, even though that's mathematically impossible. And remember, failure is not an option. Well, it's always an option, just not a good one. But you're not worried because you've got ice in your veins. You're on fire. How can both of those things be true at the same time? Well, that's between you and your doctor. So get out there and leave it all on the field. Leave what? Who cares? Just leave it and save with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Hey 12, Steve Rabel here, voice of your Seattle Seahawks. The wait is over, and tickets are on sale now for our historic 50th season. This season is going to be legendary, with past, present, and future colliding at Lumen Field. Get your tickets today at Seahawks.com/tickets.
Dave Wyman here with an incredibly special guest, the mayor of the city of Lacey, Andy Ryder. Andy's a proud Seattle sports listener and recently underwent successful treatment for prostate cancer. His treatment method? Swedish CyberKnife. Andy, tell us about your treatment.
The entire treatment was just 5 days, less than an hour a day. I spent more time commuting to the appointment than actually being in treatment.
Any side effects during or after?
I've had very few side effects. I've been very lucky to not have some of the side effects that I was worried about with other treatments.
What would you say to anyone considering prostate cancer treatment?
I'm feeling very confident about my treatment with CyberKnife, and I absolutely recommend it for anyone who has been diagnosed with prostate cancer.
Thank you, Andy, and congratulations. Reach out to Swedish CyberKnife directly. You don't even need a referral. Go to swedish.org/CyberKnife prostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Logan Evans and Emerson Hancock are not making this easy, right? They are pitching well.
Compete every day, Saul. Compete every day.
I don't blame Bryce Miller for wanting to come back ASAP. Like, I got to get myself back into this rotation before there's not room in it anymore. I don't know, man. We started debating a little bit yesterday, Hancock versus Logan, and maybe I was a little too quick to jump on the Hancock train and just say, hey, he's done a little longer, a little more consistent. Because what you saw from Logan Evans yesterday was really tremendous, and the numbers are spectacular. Lyle sent this over. I think I saw this yesterday also. I'm blanking on the name of the person on Twitter who posted it, but
MLB Centel.
It was not MLB Centel, I don't believe. But numbers after their first 6.
I did see somebody replied to Brock over the weekend with that.
Oh, really?
Because Brock said, "Oh, Cal's playing like an MVP. He's been awesome." And then the first reply was, I heard the league's considering banning him from hitting home runs to make the game more fair per MLB Centel.
Yeah.
Poor Brock.
Yeah.
Poor Brock.
I own it.
After their first 6 starts, Logan Gilbert, 28 innings, 4.13 ERA. George Kirby, 32 innings, 3.38 ERA. Bryce Miller, 36 innings, 3 flat ERA. Brian Wu, 28 2/3 innings, 4.08 ERA. Logan Evans, 35 innings, 2.83 ERA. Thank God they changed that error to a hit, or hit to an error, because that totally changes that whole ERA concern. But I mean, you got to take note of that, right? I mean, those are real numbers, real stats. Do they have 7 legitimate starters right now in this rotation?
Well, with the big asterisk of when healthy.
I know.
Right?
When healthy, do they have 7 big league starters?
Yes. Yes. Now, one of them, and one thing, and I kind of want to continue the conversation before I just kind of end it and kill it, because I think I've got a kill switch here, thanks to my buddy Luke Arkins, who I reached out to last night. Like, he's my Lyle Goldstein that immediately is like, hey, man, whatever you need, super helpful, great friend, gives me all the next level numbers and stuff, while Lyle's like pulling teeth, kind of hates me, everything else. There is a kill switch on this. It's going to be Emerson Hancock. Like, if you're really going to debate this, it's going to be Emerson Hancock, because Emerson Hancock is built up.
Yeah,
he is older. He has built up to this. Over the last couple years, he's thrown 110 innings. Last year, he threw 154 innings. So he can throw 150 plus innings. Logan Evans in his career, Salk, since 2020, 8 innings, 14 innings, 66, 78. Last year, the first time he even hit the century mark with 107. And oh, by the way, right now, between what he did at AAA and what he's done up here, already 60 innings.
Crazy.
Yeah, already well past the halfway point of probably a realistic number of how many innings you're going to get from him.
I think that all makes sense, and that's part of the reason I was kind of going down the Emerson Hancock road yesterday. All right, but you know what? That debate is one thing, and maybe it's a real one, and the Mariners will probably have to deal with it here in another week or two. But 7 is a lot. It's a lot of major league starters. I think you want your team to have at least 6 by August, right? By the time the trade deadline is passed, you want to still have 6 that are healthy down the stretch in order to give yourself, what you need. 7 seems like a lot. And I will admit, and people don't always like this conversation because it makes them uncomfortable and it brings up a lot of other, underlying fears and concerns. But when you have the ability to just keep developing guys like this, when you have 7 and you've just brought up 2 more and you've got Saincha not that far away and Ryan Sloan looks like he's another one of these dudes, and we'll see about Brandon Garcia, but these aren't all first-round picks. Some of them are, but Logan Evans is a 12th rounder. Brian Wu Wright is a 5th rounder. Brandon Garcia is an 11th rounder. Lyle was just telling me. So you do have to start to think very seriously about how you want to deal with pitchers in terms of long-term extensions into their 30s. Do you want to be in the business of spending big money on pitchers into their 30s when you have the ability, it seems, to create them at will out of nothing?
Developers.
Well, yeah. It's not just developers; it's also drafters, right? I think you got to give a lot of credit to the amateur scouting department and what they found in Brian Wu and Logan Evans and Brandon Garcia, none of whom had pitched a tremendous amount through college. But they pointed at these guys and said, "Oh, we like this." Ryan Sloan was not an automatic where they picked him. Saincha was not an automatic where they picked him, and both guys look tremendous right now. Like, they've scouted really well, they've developed just as well, if not better, and they have a machine that just it's like alchemy, man. It just creates starting pitchers out of nothing.
Yeah, and you feel like, and again, maybe this is a bit myopic because I don't watch all 29 teams in any way or vein, shape or vein like I do the Mariners, but it feels like you're the outlier. Feels like, obviously, Tampa Bay has done some of this, has to through the years. Obviously, the Dodgers can spend Salk and have had to spend because of an extraordinary number of injuries. Not just last year, as Jeff Passan said to us yesterday, this year as well. It's going down that same injury train. But how many other teams, are you looking at going, yeah, man, they've got the kind of secret sauce to be able to develop and incubate difference makers in their rotation the way the Mariners have been able to do.
Well, there aren't many. You'll hear John Smoltz coming up at 8:30 say put Tampa into this list as well. But okay, so maybe there's a couple, but there aren't many. And it unfortunately, if I'm Logan Gilbert or if I'm George Kirby and extension time is coming up at some point here in the next year or two, do I lose a whole lot of leverage because the team has me waiting in the wings? Like, do I want you at 30 to 35 million a year, or do I want you at 700,000 a year? Well, that's not a hard choice.
Yeah, this is like Gino sitting out a couple days of training camp, like, hey, why don't you go take a look at Sam Howell, and see what that is. And unfortunately, through injury this year, not of their own doing it anyway.
It's kind of worked out that way.
Let's see what Emerson Hancock could do. Let's see what this Logan Evans. Yeah,
well,
you can throw oh, geez.
Lyle brought up a point as we were chatting about it off the air of like, well, this may work out if you trade Luis Castillo this offseason. That seems to be something they've been wanting to do for a while. Yeah, because he's the one in their 30s. Like, do you want to get yourself in a position where you've got more pitchers in their 30s? Or do you want to keep throwing out pitchers that you think are great in their 20s when they're under team control and under financial control? Now, all of this comes with a giant caveat, and this is where it gets even more uncomfortable for people. Because it's one thing to suggest, hey, maybe you let one of your favorite pitchers go before he gets to the age of 30. It's another thing to then say the Mariners should spend that money that you're saving on that pitcher on something else, on a bat or whatever the case may be. You should have an additional $30-35 million to spend. And the answer comes back, well, they've never done that before, so why would you expect them to do it now? You're right. I can't argue with that. They said that they were saving the money for, this group, and to an extent they've used it. Obviously, Julio got paid. Cal's gotten paid. We believe they've offered some significant money to Logan Gilbert, so maybe there is some truth to that. But, we were told that during the rebuild, they would save the money and use it back later, and that never really came to fruition. So you're absolutely right to have that question. But in theory, it's what you should do, right? You should at least be very, very, very purposeful if you were going to sign a pitcher into his 30s for $30+ million a year.
Well, you also wonder, during spring training when we sat with Justin Hollander, he said, listen, guys, there's just not a deal on the table where the equal sign came into play, where Luis Castillo was equal to, or a Bryce Miller was equal to. Well, I wonder now, as the rest of this league struggles to find pitching and incubate pitching and develop pitching the way you do with these 20-somethings, is there going to be an opportunity a month from now?
That is the other
if
option.
Logan Evans spins, right?
Yep.
I mean, can we finally find some equilibrium when it comes to the strength of your arm and the strength of that young guy?
I love this text from the 253. Are you saying we just ditch these pitchers once they get too old? That doesn't seem right to me. Yeah, that's sports. I don't know what to tell you. That's modern sports. It may not seem right to you. There may be an element of it that's unfair or whatever, but...
Well, you'll hear Smoltz say this. We recorded earlier. It's especially when it comes to the pitching machinery.
Yeah, he thinks it's wrong.
This era of baseball, where it is next guy up, just next guy up, just find the next guy up.
But the other option is paying for past performance rather than future. And that's how you get yourself in trouble. Because whether you like it or not, the Mariners have a budget. That's just the reality. I'm not saying I agree with what the budget is, but they, like almost every team in baseball, has a budget. So where you choose to spend your money is important. Avery just learned this lesson. She texted us on Monday. Yeah, texted us on Monday. Hey, can I have some money for lunch? She's out with some friends at the park, and they were going to go get food. Hey, can you send me some money for lunch? No.
Right.
Don't you have money?
I've Venmo'd over, Dad.
You know what she wrote back? Yes, but I'm saving it for something else. Like, well, okay. Cool. Me too. I'm also saving it for something else. Oh, you don't want to use it on this? Cool. You don't need to go to Starbucks and get a pink drink. Like, cool, save it for something else. I'm fine with that. But I'm not sending you money so that you can save it for something else. Same deal, man. Everybody's got a budget. And if you have the opportunity to grow pitching in a lab, it gives you a lot of flexibility with what you want to do with that budget.
Wyman and Bob, afternoons 2 to 7.
What if the Mariners were fully healthy? They had their full complement of everybody in the rotation. You had Robles, you had Raleigh, Brash from the start of the year, I guess, too. All of those guys are only worth 2 wins.
They're getting it done in a different kind of way. I mean, I think everything is worked out for a reason.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, afternoons 2 to 7 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Hey, it's Dr. Coogan with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. Spring is here, and I know you want to look and feel your best as you head into this new season. Are you tired of the roller coaster of losing weight just to see it all come back again? Maybe you've heard about the new drugs but are concerned with the possible side effects, or you're taking weight loss drugs but also want to learn how to change your lifestyle for long-lasting results. We can help you. We have a team of health coaches that can support you every step of the way. Schedule your free 15-minute, no-pressure phone consultation online at eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here with Ryan Rowland Smith.
Thanks, Mike. I've been hearing for about 2 years now how you did the Eastside Weight Loss Clinic plan, and you lost a ton of weight.
So I decided to see what the program was all about, and I'm so glad I did. So far, I've lost 30 pounds, and my only regret is not starting sooner.
Join the thousands of people who've lost 20 to 30 pounds or more in just 60 days. It doesn't matter where you live. You can do our program in person in Kirkland or all remotely. Schedule your free phone consultation online at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. That's eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Get 0% financing for 72 months on Cat compact construction equipment at NC Machinery. Built for performance, durability, and comfort. Buy now and take advantage of 0% financing for 72 months at NC Machinery.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item. Current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
After I came home from Iraq, I could still hear the booms. Makes it hard to be a good mom.
As America's veterans face challenges, DAV is there.
I'm Naomi Mathis, Air Force veteran.
DAV helps veterans get the benefits they've earned.
Thanks to DAV, I was able to begin to heal.
With the right support, more veterans can reach victories, great and small.
My victory is being able to be here for my children.
Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. A wireless company that actually stands for something.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
The home of the Mariners.
One hopper snared at short. On a quick hop by J.P. Crawford. That guy's a magician over there at shortstop.
Seattle Sports.
Download the Seattle Sports app.
Rick Riz here for the Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington's Improve Your Play program. Many of our local youth sports teams need help with field enhancements, training, and equipment. Local Pella owners Keith Dashafy and Luke Wilson are stepping up to donate $5,000 to 2 deserving teams. We need your help finding them. Head to seattlesports.com/play to nominate a deserving team in need. Let's help our local youth improve their play this year with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Contest and rules at seattlesports.com/play.
John Curley here. Smart homeowners are upgrading heat pumps and air conditioners now before the summer heat wave with incredible rebates and discounts that'll save you up to $6,000. Home Comfort Alliance makes paying easy with 18 months, same as cash financing. Call Home Comfort Alliance today for a free quote and save up to $6,000. For your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, visit HomeComfortAlliance.com today. That's HomeComfortAlliance.com.
Warmer weather, more sunlight, and your new car. That's right. At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, summer starts here. With their combined inventory of new, used, and certified pre-owned inventory, you're in for a summer to remember. Their fantastic teams will set you up with a test drive so you can ride off into that summer sun the same day. Summer starts here at Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton. Whether you're in the north or the south, they got you covered. Visit their incredible showrooms today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
O'Brien.
Step back into automotive history at LeMay, America's Car Museum. The current exhibit, rare and luxurious, features 100 years of exceptional automobiles, including stunning classics to beauties worth millions. Feel the thrill of driving a Formula One car on the exhilarating racing simulators and lunch in the cafe. It's a must activity for out-of-town guests, friends, and families. Plan your visit at americascarmuseum.org. Open Thursday through Monday. Visit americascarmuseum.org today.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Mariners, Nationals, Brock. That was the Mariners' A game. When they play like that, they're unbeatable. When they pitch like that, when they hit like that, when they smack home runs early, when you got your star, Cal Raleigh, doing what he did yesterday, a home run in the first and then doubling down in the fifth.
Now the windup and the 0-2 on the way to Cal. Swing and a well-hit ball deep to left field line. Shot, Wood going back. Gone. Goodbye, baseball. Cal Raleigh with another home run. Holy smokes. Number 18 in the first, number 19 here in the bottom of the fifth inning. And right now, he's the leader in the American League in home runs as he moves on by Aaron Judge. What a night for Cal Raleigh. Line drive into the Nationals bullpen and straight away left field.
Yeah, pretty impressive, and he hit both of them from the right side. That was supposed to be his weaker side, especially from a power perspective. He spoke after the game, though, about what he's done to get better.
Yeah, I feel good. It's I definitely feel the confidence is there in the sense of, obviously early in my career, I get turned around a lot right-handed, and just not getting the reps there, the consistent reps. And, if a lefty was on the mound, maybe that'd be the day I got off or something like that. So, I think it all started when I started getting everyday reps and getting that confidence back. And, I always knew I could do it. It was a matter of, finding, getting those reps and finding a few barrels and just knowing, hey, I can do this off the game's best. So, it just took a little extra time. So
confidence, just kind of confidence growing. I mean, just right-handed, left-handed, doesn't matter. Salk has told me, by the way, audience, I can't say what the kids are calling it when Cal Raleigh hits 2 home runs.
Nope, it's annoying.
Nope, I'm not going to do it.
Good.
It's inappropriate.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, you're welcome. I'm also going to say, just confession, I'm having a really hard time. It's a good thing we taped this, Smoltz, even though I called him Anthony Munoz instead of Andres Munoz in the early hours of, because I'm really distracted with the information Morris shared with me. Like, I can't. It's personal information. It, too, cannot be shared. But I'm really glad I'm going to have a time.
Shared. I don't think I heard anything about you can't share that.
I'm going to have a time to collect myself.
I think we can ask about that. If we can buzz through Need to Know, I think we can ask about that. Mariners win 9-1. George Kirby tonight against Trevor Williams.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
We do got to get to the injury updates because there were a lot of them yesterday. As expected, first game of the homestand from Justin Hollander. So, run them down. Bryce Miller bounced back from his bullpen, expected to be activated on the homestand, maybe even later this weekend against Minnesota, which would be pretty good. Also, it is indeed a bone spur on the back of his right elbow that's caused the discomfort. That should not require surgery during the season as long as he can be effective. Otherwise, yeah, that's something you got to have surgery on, and we'll take him out for the rest of the year. Logan Gilbert fared well. He's supposed to make a rehab start as soon as tomorrow for Tacoma, so that's great news. Pretty good news on Luke Raley, progressing with his oblique, should start a rehab assignment in a week or so. Victor Robles, not until September. And Brock, I like this one. I'm maybe he's also an idea, but Jackson Kowar, before he got hurt, could really pitch.
Kowar doing well in the AAA rehab assignment. He's basically there in terms of being ready to be activated, so we'll check in this week and see where we head with Jackson, but he's done great all throughout, bouncing back well. I think he did 3 appearances in 5 days and felt great doing it, so it's been really nice to have the build-up time with him, and he's checked every box along the way.
Yeah, he's number 90s, right? Just War Daddy too.
Flamethrower.
And you just kind of know this over the course of the season. You cannot have in football enough defensive linemen, and in baseball you just cannot have enough arms, whether it's in your starting rotation or certainly in your bullpen as well.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Seahawks Phase 3, first practice yesterday, so they were able to do full team drills, still no contact. Media not invited, but Seahawks.com's John Boyle was there. He wrote about Devin Witherspoon taking every opportunity to trash talk the offense. So, yeah, some of that swag you were hoping for, Brock, it sounds like he's the guy who's got it.
Yeah, and I think the defense will be. Typically, you hear this all the time through OTAs, first game of the preseason, first part of training camp, defense is ahead, right? They have less. Offense has got a lot of verbiage. Offense got a lot more details. Offense got a lot more calls. Defense, typically a little bit less of that, so they can get on that same page a little quicker. And, oh, by the way, it's the same system with a lot of the same pieces and a bunch of the same puzzle spots. So defense should be ahead and probably will be a bit chippy to old Sam and the rest of those offensive guys who have a lot more work ahead of them to gel the way they have defensively.
All right, there you go. That's everything you need to know. Quarter past every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. No, I'm not going to read that. That'll just annoy me. What?
Remember the first time?
I do.
First time you met Heather's parents?
I do.
How'd that go?
It went pretty well, actually. You know where I took them? To a baseball game. I took them to Dodger Stadium to see the Pirates and the Dodgers. And I believe it was the first time her dad had ever been to a pro baseball game, to a major league game.
What?
I think.
Wow.
Yeah.
That is tremendous.
How about that?
I remember the first time going up to Edmonds, Gigi sharing with me family secrets. I think she was sharing those because maybe I overshared. Shocker.
That sounds right.
On the very first meeting. But it made a connection, a lifelong connection. It's almost 30 years in the making now with me and old Gigi, who you'll get to see at the wedding in 4+ weeks.
What are you doing tonight, Maura?
I am meeting my boyfriend's parents. They're in town. So we're going to dinner.
First time?
Yeah.
I mean, generally, that's what meeting means. So you're meeting them. I guess that's true. First time meeting. I shouldn't be so hard on you. Brock, first time meeting. What's the plan?
I think we're gonna, because it's so nice out.
No. I don't mean where are you going. I mean, like, what's your plan?
Oh, my plan?
Yeah. How do you want to come off? How do you want to present yourself?
As myself?
No, that's a huge mistake. I would not do that. Let me recommend coming off as something else. You don't want to be yourself. You know what you're going to wear?
I don't generally have problems meeting people's parents. What am I going to wear? No, I haven't. Jeez, you guys are stressing me out.
360 wants to know what the ring looks like. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, God.
360 is right after
Brock
it.
would be the first person to go there.
360 is jumping all over this one, Maura. What does the ring look like? Meeting the parents tonight. Okay.
They made a whole movie about this.
John Smoltz is going to join us here in just a moment. If you're looking for an old school view on baseball, you'll get one next on Brock and Salk.
Wyman and Bob, afternoons 2 to 7.
What if the Mariners were fully healthy? They had their full complement of everybody in the rotation. You had Robles, you had Raleigh, Brash from the start of the year, I guess, 2. All of those guys are only worth 2 wins?
They're getting it done in a different kind of way. I mean, yeah, I think everything is worked out for a reason.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, afternoons 2 to 7 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
All right, it might feel like August today, but it is not August yet. Guess what? In August, Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel is going to be even better. That's when the new hotel opens up, and they are already taking bookings for an incredible summer experience at snocasino.com. It's going to have it all, man. The beautiful views, the expanded non-smoking gaming floor, the 2,000-seat entertainment space, convention center, the destination spa, and new restaurants as well. It's all at Seattle's closest, now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Feeling lucky? Don't miss the Lucky Classic Collector Car Truck and Boat Auction, Saturday, May 31st at Tacoma's LeMay Marymount Event Center. Hundreds of cars, vintage, muscle, exotic, classics, trucks, boats, and more. Saturday, May 31st at Tacoma's LeMay Marymount Event Center. Millions of dollars in inventory, many must sell with no reserve whatsoever. Get lucky, get local, and get in line for the Northwest's greatest collector car auction. Auction details at luckyoldcar.com.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Progressive has great customer service, and it's easy to reach us because great and easy is the way to be. Like salads. Great for you, and so easy you can put any group of veggies in a bowl and it's a salad. A full carrot with a head of cabbage? Weird, but still a salad. 1 radish and a couple of green beans? Also a salad. 14 blueberries, half an onion, and a sunchoke? Odd, yes, but an odd salad. So contact Progressive's customer service by phone, app, or online. It's great and easy, just like salad. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
When the heat's in 11, cool AC would be heaven.
Dayandnight.net.
Beat the rush. Act now before summer, because that heat's a real bummer.
Dayandnight.net.
Even though our Northwest summers can be spectacular, there's always a long, hot stretch that makes everyone say, man, AC sure would be nice. Well, except for that one annoying friend who won't stop talking about how great his AC is. Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. You can stay comfortably cool when those hot temps arrive. This is the time to plan ahead and call us about installing a high-efficiency AC or heat pump. Or if you have an existing system, we'll come and service it. Make sure it's running efficiently and ready to cool when you need it.
Before the summer heat wave, keep your house cool and safe.
Dayandnight.net.
Make sure your AC will keep you cool when the summer heat gets here. Save $50 on a pre-summer AC tune-up. When the heat's at 11, stay cool with Day and Night.
Dayandnight.net.
I've never had any complaints about my performance in the bedroom. But after turning 40, I noticed my libido just wasn't what it used to be. That's when I reached out to Revive Health. Their team knew exactly what I needed, which is why today, my wife and I are both more satisfied than ever.
If you're ready to book your free T-check, text BOOST to 65555 or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com to schedule your appointment. Message and data rates may apply. Message frequency varies. Text help for help. Text stop to cancel. See privacy policy at ReviveMen'sHealth.com/privacy policy. For info on how opt-in info will be used. And terms and conditions at ReviveMen'sHealth.com/terms of use for terms of short code service.
The home of the Mariners.
It is gone! Cal Raleigh, 2-run home run.
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Warmer weather, more sunlight, and your new car. That's right. At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, summer starts here. With their combined inventory of new, used, and certified pre-owned inventory, you're in for a summer to remember. Their fantastic teams will set you up with a test drive so you can ride off into that summer sun the same day. Summer starts here at Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton. Whether you're in the north or the south, they got you covered. Visit their incredible showrooms today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
O'Brien.
Are you trying to buy a new home, or are you a local real estate agent seeking financing for a client? We're all tired of dealing with banks, credit unions, and endless guidelines. Wouldn't it be nice to go back in time when we had common sense lending? Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We are one of the largest local private portfolio lenders in Washington. We've helped thousands of home buyers and real estate investors reach their financial goals by leveraging the Legacy Common Sense borrowing platform. What that means is we lend our own money, we make our own decisions. If your deal makes sense, we'll get it done. Whether you're purchasing a new piece of real estate or refinancing an existing loan, bridge loans, construction, or regular home loan, it doesn't have to be as difficult as banks and lenders make it. If you're trying to grow wealth through real estate acquisition, come talk to the experts in private lending.
Call 425-635-4700 or LegacyG.com. Legacy Group Capital, your common sense lender. LegacyG.com.
Auto Lock Masters reminds parents the fatal crash rate for teens peaks at age 19, and we lose nearly 8 kids every day. Please make a family agreement to never drive under the influence of alcohol or drugs, text behind the wheel, or ride with anyone who is. Always designate a sober driver, call a parent or rideshare, and let's bring our sons and daughters home safely. Best wishes to the class of 2025 from the entire team at Auto Lock Masters ALM, the family-owned automotive key specialist, proudly serving the greater Seattle area. Online at autolockmasters.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, we roll on. Brock and Salk Show, Seattle Sports here on 710. And with the Mariners winning again last night, we got kind of the A version of what they can look like when they are at their best. We've got John Smoltz with us to talk through what this team is and who they're all about. John, thank you. Good morning. If you had to describe this Mariner team in one sentence, what do you think they are so far?
Well, everybody knows in baseball that if the Seattle Mariners find a way to score runs, they're going to be in the playoffs and they're going to be a dangerous team. Now, They don't have a lot of sexy averages, but they have found ways to score, hit timely home runs. And even though they've got some injuries in their pitching staff, this division, everyone's kind of been waiting to see if the Seattle Mariners can score consistently, because then they become a very dangerous team. You got some teams in that division that are a little bit down. You never count out Houston. Texas just can't score. They've turned into, it's just amazing. If they score at all, they're dangerous. So it really comes down to Seattle finding ways to score runs.
John, I was thinking about this and excited to talk to you this morning. Does it feel like, maybe we're too close to this and you can tell me, Brock, you're an idiot, and that's fine. Does it feel like the Seattle Mariners of this decade have become what the St. Louis Cardinals were for so many years in developing their own pitchers in ways that just seems like others can't?
Well, they're definitely an outlier. Nobody has the resources or wants to put in the resources to develop. They just want to find them on trees. They just want what comes out of a computer, what spits out of the analytics. That's what they want. They don't want to spend the time and the resources to develop, because you're not asking these kind of people who are making these decisions. They're not really baseball people. So I give Seattle credit. I give Tampa Bay a lot of credit, but the Rays, and they know it, they develop pitchers and resurface pitchers, but then they all get hurt. So when there's a point of no return, when these teams are good at what they do, but then can't keep them healthy, then you got to find a team that is willing to find a way to keep them healthier. So Seattle's done a really good job developing pitchers, and really until this year hasn't had much of the misfortune of a lot of guys missing starts.
One of the weird things that comes out of that, and you might be the exact wrong person to ask about this given how successful your career was into your 30s, but if you can, as you said, develop pitchers like they do, and I even referred earlier to them almost developing them in a lab, like they just, you need another pitcher? No problem. You just grab Logan Evans in the 12th round and turn him into a more than serviceable starter. Does it affect the way you think about re-signing some of those guys, or maybe even trading them beforehand as they start to get into their 30s and some of the years where maybe pitchers aren't as successful?
Well, I mean, you bring up a good point, because this is where baseball's broke. The model's broke, and everyone knows it. So, yes, they're going to get rid of pitchers or burn them out and resurface the roster, because no one talks about this. The reason they don't talk about it is because they know they can't talk about it. They can't keep pitching healthy. They're asking them to do things that are impossible. So when you can't keep them healthy, you're not going to talk about the health anymore. You're just going to say, we know there's a short shelf life. We'll get other guys. There's more people coming. That's why rosters have such a turnover in this area, when it was the backbone of most of the clubs, a long time ago, and you could count on it. So clubs are figuring out we have a shorter time frame with these guys, compartmentalize innings, eat up 40 to 60 innings. Guys don't have their second or third pitchers yet. It's really a disservice to the guys that are so talented in our game, but the reward system allows them to do it. So you can't blame the players. They're trying to chase the reward system. And if they're asked to do X, Y, Z, they're going to do it, or they don't get a chance to pitch.
John, is it just simply the chasing of velo? And I know you've talked about this for years and years and years. If you were to point your finger at why for so many decades, Nolan Ryan's, John Smoltz's, Pedro, could do it and stay, fairly healthy, consistently healthy, and we just don't see that today. What do you point to?
Yeah, I'm not armchairing it. I've been on this for 10 years. I said it was coming, and now when it has, no one talks about it. When analytics came in the game, and I'm not anti-analytics, I'm just anti-all one bucket. When it came in the game, it was talking about how they're going to put players in a position to be healthier and successful. Well, they can say the successful part. They can't say the healthy part. So they don't talk about it anymore. If you're asking a pitcher to max effort and spin rate the baseball at an alarming and numbers we've never seen, you can't expect them to continue to do that. They've tried every avenue to come up with a reason why it would work. Less innings, less pitches. It doesn't work. Everyone gets hurt. When Nolan Ryan in our day was a freak, you understand he was the genetic freak. Now there's 25 Nolan Ryans. I mean, there's so many guys that throw as hard as he did or harder. That's not natural. That's not the way the game was supposed to be developing young men, but that's what happens now. And if you don't reach a certain threshold, you're not getting looked at, you're not getting drafted. And, oh, by the way, if you get a Tommy John, so what? We'll draft you anyways. And if you're heading for your second one, so what? We'll take our chances. And so that's the nature. If I had to divvy up the pie of the injuries, about 60% is max effort, maybe 50%, 30% is spin rate. The ball has something to do with it. The pitch clock is not even a 2%er. I mean, people try to come out and say the pitch clock was the reason. It has really nothing to do with the injury rate. That is, and you look at what the Dodgers have done. The Dodgers have accumulated and gone after pitchers who have had a history of injuries, thinking maybe it'll turn around. It doesn't. And I think they have 14 pitchers on the IL at one point this season. So it really comes down to, can teams at the end of the year get healthy in their rotation, look for that team to have the best chance to make the long run.
Talking to John Smoltz here on Seattle Sports. The all-time record, I believe, for home runs for a catcher was Salvi Perez in the AL, 48. Cal Raleigh, as of today, and we still have one more game to go before the official 1/3 mark, is on pace for 58 home runs. He's got 19 already. How good is Cal Raleigh?
When they signed him, there was a high expectation, and it's delivered. Again, the game has changed. We're looking for guys who can hit the ball out of the ballpark, because that's the quickest way to put a run on the board. And for the Seattle Mariners, they're benefiting big time. Again, I looked at some of their averages, haven't followed a lot of their games, and there's not a lot of sexy averages, but when you get timely home runs and you get on base and score when you need to, that's the recipe for success. You're facing such really dynamic arms that, the storyline for the Mariners for so long was too many strikeouts, not enough runs. So if they can continue to keep doing that in a league in a division that is wide open, they're going to have tremendous success. And he's a huge part of that, especially at the catching position, because you just don't, there's not many guys like him in the league that can hit for power, play at that premier position that has really beat you up during the year. So that, and then handle the staff. So
I'm glad you brought up the last part. We were just talking about it. A guy like Cal right now has played in every game this year. I don't know how many. I'm trying to think through your career of teams you would have been on where the best hitter was a catcher. There haven't been like a ton of them over the course of the years, but I would think it would create a lot of challenge for any manager, because you never want to sit your best hitter down, but given the wear and tear of the position, can you afford to let your catcher, in this case Cal, when he's your best hitter, play every day?
That's another thing that's changed because of information. It used to be mindset and eyes, and you watch a guy, if he's hot, you don't dare take him out. You don't dare give him a rest, because the rest study and sleep study says you give him day off. Those are the things that have changed. We have too much information. We have too much things that get in the head of players. And there's no blend to that, right? So when you have all these sleep studies, and I marvel at a guy 7 for his last 12, but his is his day off. That would have never happened. So you got to be aware of what that position demands and pick your days off, and really check and trust the guy that you're talking with, and not be so subject to just, this is the way it's going to be today, 2 weeks from now. But that position over the course of time does have a bigger impact on that position than any other position on the field. So you definitely have to. Brian McCann, when he got called up for the Atlanta Braves and made 7 or 8 out of 9 All-Stars and hitting 300, he was that young, durable kid. And then over time, obviously, that takes its toll on his knees. And those are the things you've got to look out for. And the best tandem catching team usually has a premier jump over everybody else, because that position is just so difficult to get production out of that spot.
Smoltz, I don't know if you've looked at the numbers of what Andres Munoz has done as the closer of the Mariners this season, but it's been a remarkable run. As good as Cal has been, his battery mate in the closing end of things, his Munoz has just been outright unhittable and phenomenal in a 0.00 ERA a third of the way into the season. As a former closer yourself, what do you see in his game?
Well, it's ridiculous. I mean, that's just a dream start of a season. It's not like he has to strike everybody out to get you out, although, he has more strikeouts than innings pitched. But to be in that kind of groove and to have that kind of rhythm, first of all, his fastball is outstanding, and to have that kind of command, that is what you want, out of that position. I'm not saying this is a theory for every closer, but when I was in that role, it was going to happen fast one way or the other. I was either going to save it fast or blow it fast. I wasn't going to mess around and create too much, of a scenario where I was going to walk people and then eventually try to get out of jams. So he's been outstanding. Their bullpen, has always been known to be pretty darn good. But I think, again, their arms being the weapon of this ball club, when they get the confidence that they don't have to win 2-1, 1-0, that is a big time difference when you're looking at a team that everybody knows just needs to score runs to win. And I'm sure the confidence is growing in that department. And that's what every team wants to have.
Is that something that's talked about as a staff, as a bullpen? You think the Mariners pitching staff and guys actually talk about that, just the difference with having just a little bit more margin?
Oh my gosh. I mean, I can just only speak for ourselves. We would be sitting around going, if we could only, but the one thing as pitchers, you got to make sure you take care of your business. You can't be focused on that, but it's human nature. I mean, if you just look at our playoff run, how many more rings we would have. It's just right there staring at you. But what you don't want to do is you don't want to be stuck in a place where when the team does get hot and score, you're not ready and you give up 6 or 7. So it's a tough place to be when the narrative gets repeated over and over again. It's like historically some teams just struggle based on their rosters to get going. And, like I said, right now, Texas just can't score. It's unbelievable. And yet this is a team with high expectations, great pitching rotation. So it's going to come down to those kind of executions within that division that separate them.
Hey, did you know Kevin Seitzer, either from playing against him or his time in Atlanta?
Yes, I've seen Kevin and been around him and well thought of, in the industry of what he's done.
That seems to be the common. Everyone we've talked to is like, oh, of course I know Kevin. People just seem to rave about him. What kind of a role can a hitting coach have for a team? Because what we're seeing this year, it's obviously different from the last few years. What kind of a role can that position have?
Yeah, it's overblown. Too much credit, too much blame.
Right.
It's like the pilots of a plane only gets blamed when there's turbulence, not a safe landing, right? It's just amazing how quickly those positions go when a team doesn't hit. They're a little bit, hands are tied with the philosophy of hitting today and the information overkill. And guys get paralyzed one way or another based on the information or mechanically trying to lift the ball and hit it. But I think when you have an error where you don't get penalized for swinging and missing, then it can be pretty simple of what you're trying to do. I think teams, again, when you talk about outliers, when they want to go to the next direction and the next level, if they can figure out their roster being athletic, that means they can run, they can steal, and they can put the ball in play when they have to. That, to me, is the combination of success. And you're never going to win anything if you're in the top 10 in strikeouts. You just never. It just doesn't. There's no history of it. You might get 1 or 2 teams in 20 years that do that, but it comes down to that simplistic. Are you preventing? Are you striking out more as a pitching staff, and are you striking out less as an offense? And that usually is a really good combination.
I saw something from a coach I really respect, a different sport. Chris Peterson was talking about this and quoted with this when it comes to position coaches in football, John. And he said the number one job of a position coach in football is to create confidence in his positional group, in his players. Is there something to be said that a pitching coach, that a hitting coach, that an infield coach, in much the same vein, that is his most important job in the game of baseball as well?
Well, it definitely is. That's what was so good about our manager for those longest years. Ron Bobby Cox would give you confidence when you didn't have it. And when a manager can do that, and he's your guy that's trusting you, you can't help but have confidence in a game of failure. There's no more sport where there's more failure and you're based on that than baseball. I mean, you can fail. Well, now you can fail 8 out of 10 times and still be considered pretty good. When you're not dealing with the highest success rate, especially as a hitter, the greatest hitters of this generation might hit 300, might have 3 of them. in the league. So you think about how hard it is to hit and how much velocity and pitching there is. It takes you almost got to have a psychology degree to be able to be a hitting coach to understand that, there's going to be some peaks and valleys, and you want to get your players ready for those moments when they get on a roll and can make some things happen. So no doubt it's probably the biggest and most important role of a coach, because you got to understand there's so much information. They got everything they have they're looking at, and they see and they know. And if X, Y, Z doesn't happen, you start going, well, I don't know why that's not happening. You got all the tools that you got all the information. So it definitely is a different way of coaching.
Well, it's like you at your U.S. Open. You have all the information, John. Right. You got the best clubs. You got great golf balls. You know exactly what to do. Go do it. Go get it done.
Yeah. The beauty of it is it's all about you now because there's no teammates in golf.
I got to tell you,
there's no teammates to bail you out.
My personal experience says that there's a lot of failure in golf. I mean, I appreciate that you say baseball has the most failure, but I've experienced a tremendous amount of failure in golf.
Well, there's no doubt golf as an individual sport, it doesn't get much worse than that to get exposed in the middle of no matter where you're at.
Hey, we found this stat the other day, and we were asking Passan about it. He couldn't come up with necessarily a great reason for it. I'll throw it at you. Maybe you do. The Mariners are one of the better teams in the league the first time through the lineup against a pitcher. They're about league average the second time through the lineup against a pitcher. And then the third time through, when most teams are having more success, they become significantly worse than the rest of the league the third time through the order. Can you come up with any theory on why that might be the case?
Things are so cyclical in the way that, they just, when information gets around, like I always said as a pitcher, if three teams know what I'm doing, I got to change. I mean, if that's the way it's happening, and if the league starts finding out a certain trend set, then they got to change. The offense got to change, the pitching's got to change, and maybe a little bit the fact that again, like I said, I haven't watched a lot of the Mariners games thus far. Maybe it's an aggressive approach early. That aggressive approach doesn't get altered and the pitching changes because, again, the game is different where the pitcher shows the hitter everything he has right away, whereas you save things to face a guy a second and third time. That's not necessarily the case anymore. So it could be as simple as they're just super aggressive early, and then that aggressiveness works against them in the second or third time through.
Well, John, we're
rooting for you.
Yeah, thank you.
We're rooting for you on two fronts, John. We're rooting for you to get a Mariner game on the national level, and then we're rooting for you, to just crush your U.S. Open qualifier so we can watch you in the U.S. Open.
Well, I did it 5 years ago, lucky enough to play at the Broadmoor. It's here again, so maybe it's in the cards. I'm speaking here tonight. And I'm playing here today as maybe a prelude. I hope so. And as far as the playoffs go, I've got the American League this year. So There's going to be a good chance in the second half, if the Mariners keep doing their thing, that we'll have some games. And if not, the playoffs, roll around. And this year we've got the American League.
All right. Well, Brock, just be that good position coach. Build up his confidence before the qualifier here. And John, go out there and do your thing. Hit him straight. And we appreciate it. Thanks so much.
Sounds good, guys. Thanks for having me.
All right, there you go. There's John Smoltz, Brock. That's an old school view. There's no doubt. You get a lot of the old school with John.
You do. I didn't feel it as much as I felt it in years past. I don't think he's I think he's come to the understanding, like a lot of these old school guys, that there is not one definitive answer, right? And as he kind of laid out there, the pitching scenario and just the machinery that it is. Right. And we're starting to see this. We got a kid at our high school that is an amazing talent. Amazing. And, he's throwing like upper 80s as a 15-year-old, maybe even low 90s. You see this in high schools all across the state of Washington as they'll get ready to play their state tournament next week. And my alma mater and what they've done down there has just been truly remarkable.
Mm-hmm.
And they're in the club scene there and just, yeah, man, you've got to, if you want to be a college prospect, you want to go play in the ACC or the SEC. And I want to say the SEC had like 14 of their schools hosting a regional this weekend. You want to go do that, you got to throw 90. You got to throw 90.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what is that going to do to my elbow over the long? Who cares? Got to just go chase velo, man. if you want to do this thing, this is the machinery that is today's baseball. And I didn't hear, unlike maybe in some years past, where John was just like totally poo-pooing at it. He understands it. Like this is the way it is.
Yeah, for me, yes, I agree. It's not, and I don't want to argue with John Smoltz. He's a Hall of Famer, and I think he's right about all of that. It's not the arm stuff, but like that's fine to say from the outside. When you're a general manager, right? You can't afford to get caught up in that. Like I'm trying to win. That's my job. My job is to win. My job is to give the fans what they want, which is to win. And if other guys are chasing velo and then they come here and I have the opportunity to bring out a velocity guy, then I'm going to do that.
That's
like,
right.
sorry, like I don't know what to tell you. I'm sorry that the high schools and everybody else are doing this wrong. But as a general manager, you can't afford to get caught up in that. You just got to bring in the best players. And the best players are throwing 98 to 102 miles an hour.
Yep. And then, were you going to say something, Lyle? No, sorry. I just heard Lyle in the background. And then, Salky, you do what the Mariners have done, and that's all great. And they have their gas camp, and they certainly got guys that throw really hard, and especially in their bullpen, but they also got guys that are pitch creators, that are pitch manipulators. You've got a Logan Evans. How many pitches does Logan throw? Like last night, I love the pregame, right? When the pitcher comes out and they show that little spray chart of the different pitches, was it 7 that Logan throws? To some degree, I mean, it is remarkable what they are doing. Kind of equally chasing velo, yes, but on top of that, really drafting, developing, incubating, growing the development of the overall pitcher in ways that many of their peers are not doing. And obviously, to their benefit, when 60% of the rotation is out, and you can slide Logan in, and you can slide Hancock in, and you're not really missing a beat, as you're at 7 games over 500 right now.
I was talking to Lyle in the break, and he was kind of asking me why so many of the guys who played in that era get so so angry about analytics and get so defensive of the game they played. And I was, without giving him grief about his age, which I know we often do, I was saying I think it's hard to understand if you didn't witness the transition from the way baseball was played before Moneyball to the way it was played afterwards. And to the way decision makers, what they looked like, who they were. They went from being mostly ex-players and old guys who would kind of get together, drink a couple scotches, and then chat together about who they wanted to trade, to being, really smart, highly educated, math, understanding math, and the nerds took over. And the guys, and I don't know whether John is specifically one of these guys, but, we've heard from them over the years. They felt like they got pushed out of their own game, that everything they knew about baseball essentially got the rug taken right out from under their feet. And I feel like they've waited a long, long time and bit their tongue as the teams that were using the data got better and better and won more and more games and won more and more championships. And now that there's like a little crack, crack in that, they are back full force. Psyched about RBI groundouts and very excited about the occasional bunt and they can't wait. They're so excited about a return to the baseball that they felt like was theirs in the 80s and 90s.
Yeah, and I think in between that, as a former player, Salk, I think the reality is all this information is not always a good thing for the player.
Right.
And maybe for the decision maker, maybe for the GM as they do their thing, and maybe for the manager to some degree.
Well, I think I would say for some players. And right, because that was part of our problem with Brant Brown here last year. He's gone to St. Louis, and they love him. They think it's the greatest thing since sliced bread. Thank God this guy's giving me all this information. Now I can go have success the same way he had success with the Dodgers. It didn't work here. I don't know what the reason is. I don't know why.
By the way, the same way that there's certain quarterbacks that love a lot of information in their headset.
Right.
Give me the play, tell me the coverage, give me the tendency. And then there's others that are like, just give me the play, please. Then I got to process it on my right. I mean, there's not one perfect way. We want to think it's just the only way to do it.
Well, and in the same time, Kevin Seitzer had kind of worn out his welcome in Atlanta, whereas he seems like the exact breath of fresh air for what the team needs right now. Edgar Martinez was not particularly effective his first time as the Mariners hitting coach, but taking over last year seemed to be the right guy at the right time with the right message. So it is a funky game, man. There's no doubt. And it's what makes it so much fun to talk about on the radio is all of these different debates and conversations and different ways of looking at it. We'll come right back. Brock wants to do it. 12 things to look for during the 12 OTA practices we are on to. Well, you'll have to find out which. Next on Brock and Salk.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
The bar is set a little higher than it used to be. What's been most impressive to me this whole year is just how they've been playing on the road this year. Second most wins in MLB. And you're winning in ways that we did not expect. But Dan has said it. You said it. I heard Jerry say it the other day as well. They win in multiple ways. And if you want to be a good baseball team, that's what you have to do.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Ladies, and you guys too, have you noticed visible signs of aging, those deep wrinkles, fine lines, and facial creases stealing your youthful glow? Sagging skin, crow's feet, and loss of facial contour are all natural effects of aging, but you no longer have to let them define your appearance. Introducing the new Skin Lift, the groundbreaking facelift led by Dr. Brian Scott. The advanced new Skin Lift addresses key signs of facial aging for women and men, restoring natural youthful contours. Whether it's replenishing volume lost over time or lifting the skin to smooth out those creases, the new Skin Lift can help you look 10 to 20 years younger with both surgical and non-surgical options. It's Hollywood's best kept secret and now available to you. Get a free consultation and save $250 off your new skin facelift. Schedule at newskinlift.com or 206-222-1225. Look 10 to 20 years younger and restore your youthful appearance with the new skin facelift. newskinlift.com.
Hey folks, John Curley here. One of the best home comfort inventions of recent time, mini split systems. Now you can enjoy efficient heating and cooling while saving energy and reducing utility bills with personalized room comfort. Call my friends at Home Comfort Alliance for a free consultation, and for a limited time, get 18 months same as cash financing on all qualified systems. For all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, call the comfort people. Home Comfort Alliance. Visit homecomfortalliance.com.
Hey, Riverside Roofing is offering $1,000 off a new replacement right now. That's huge. $1,000 off. Quite the incentive for homeowners to book their roof replacement right now. It's Mike Salk here, and it really is a great time to do it. These days are getting long, right? Sunsets after 8 o'clock. Crews can get your roof done quick. So take advantage now before demand spikes this summer, making those repairs costly and time-consuming as well. Here's what you got to do to claim your $1,000 off from Riverside Roofing. Book a free estimate from the website, riversideroofingllc.com, and then you'll meet with Brandon, that's Don's son. Just tell him you heard the message here on the radio station. $1,000 back in your pocket, and yes, a brand new roof over your head. And while you're there, ask Brandon about their 35 years of local experience, GAF Master Elite certification, which puts them in the top 3% of roofers in the nation, and of course the catch-all system, which they use to keep your yard and driveway totally free of debris like nails or shingles. Go to riversideroofingllc.com. Remember, Riverside Roofing is the roofing company you can trust.
Mariners fans, it's time to bring the noise to T-Mobile Park. This lineup is loaded up and locked in. From every moonshot.
Now Raleigh obliterates this. How far? Way back there.
To every how in the world did he catch that moment?
Up play. Air Williamson reels it in.
Be here as the squad shuts the door and lights the W.
Munoz looking for the final out. Here's the stretch, and that 2-2 on the way to Young. It is strike three called, and the ball game is over.
This is our house.
They're going crazy here at T-Mobile Park.
Mariners baseball. Try dance up.
Don't miss this week's jam-packed action at T-Mobile Park. The fun continues with 2 more Randy Arozarena bobblehead giveaways tonight and tomorrow at 6:40 against the Nationals. Both matchups are Mariners value games, which means you can score seats starting at just $11. Get your tickets at mariners.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-961-5544. 800-961-5544.
As a fan, you know all the important sports cliches. And when you save money by bundling your home and auto with Progressive, you can get out there and give it 110%, even though that's mathematically impossible. And remember, failure is not an option. Well, it's always an option, just not a good one. But you're not worried because you've got ice in your veins. You're on fire. How can both of those things be true at the same time? Well, that's between you and your doctor. So get out there and leave it all on the field. Leave what? Who cares? Just leave it and save with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Mark Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
What just happened? That was one of the more bizarre exchanges I've ever had during a break on this show. Brock just holds up a picture to the video and it's like, do you know who this is? I'm like, no. He looks like some guy out of There Will Be Blood.
Or an Amazon worker down there in South Lake Union.
Wasn't it There Will Be Blood? What's the movie about the oil? Isn't that There Will Be Blood? Right? You have a milkshake and I have a straw. Isn't that movie? He looked like something out of that. And Lyle goes, that's oh, actually, I won't tell you because obviously I know him. Turns out it's Logan Evans' dad?
Yeah.
Why do you know? First of all, why are you looking at a picture of Logan Evans' dad? And then why do you know him?
Why am I?
Yes.
I'm looking at it because he responded to a tweet last night.
Oh, okay.
How proud he is of his son. And just wanted him to get a chance to compete and how cool that is.
That makes sense.
Son.
All right.
And then, of course, Lyle's
like, oh, yeah, dinner at his house. We had Shabbat together a couple of weeks ago. Like, what?
I don't think that's what I said.
What are you doing how do you know him?
Well, they're fans of the pod, and then we've gotten to know them over the last year and a half or so, just because spent some time with them in spring training, spent some time with them when they traveled out to Seattle for his first start. Yeah, his family's awesome.
Good for you. Good on you. Nice job, buddy. Seriously, that's awesome. Very, very cool. All right, let's see. We have trash takes this hour. We also are going to give Maura some advice because clearly she needs it. And we just want to do right by her.
Okay.
She's done right by us in so many ways, and it's time for us to do something nice for her. We'll do that a little after 9:30. But Brock, we are on to, we're doing 12 things to watch for in these 12 Seahawk practices. Today we're on to
number 11.
Yeah, so good.
That is a good one.
So good.
Your voice cracked.
It did. Sorry.
If we could all be out there on the berm like we're going to be in late July for Seahawk training camp, and we got to watch the Seahawk minicamp practices. Number 12 yesterday was how much swagger, how much swag does this team have? How much bravado and confidence will we feel out on the field? And, John Boyle kind of hinted yesterday there's a lot of noise, and Mr. Witherspoon was right at the center of it. And my number 11 storyline, Salk, is about this receiver room. Obviously, as we count down, we'll get to the quarterback room and a few different variants of that. But number 11 here is you moved on from a superstar. Well, a star. A star. You moved on from a star. You moved on from, as far as a body type and size, strength, speed, one of the rare specimens in the NFL and DK Metcalf. And you filled that gap in with Cooper Kupp and MVS and a couple draft picks. My curiosity and, what I would be fascinated and will be fascinated watching all these guys fit together is how do your top two, how do Jackson Smith and Jigba and Cooper Kupp fit together? How do they play together in this system? Similar skill sets, guys with uber quickness, guys that are quicker than they are faster. Can they play on the outside? How does this puzzle piece come together in that room? We asked Brian Walters last week about that, former Seahawk wide receiver. He didn't seem to have any issue.
That's again another topic as a receiver that I've never really, I don't like putting receivers in certain bubbles. Like, this is only a slot receiver. This is only outside receiver. Yes, it's true. I think people are some are better in the slot, some are better on the outside. But essentially, as a receiver, you're lining up and you're going one-on-one against that corner. Like, it's not a huge difference to me. I didn't really care if I was on the outside against a corner out there versus in the inside. I'm running a crossing route where you can run a crossing route from the outside. And sometimes, yes, they are going to be fine out there. They are now veteran receivers. Now it'll just add to their tool set. And the way Kubiak will use them, they'll be motioning from the outside a lot. They'll be coming in. They'll be blocking a lot probably. But yeah, I don't see that being a huge issue.
Totally agree with the second part of that conversation there, of what they're going to do in personnel groupings, formation, shifts, motions, all the things that they're going to do, Salk, to put those guys in very different spots to try to cultivate mismatches with JSN and Cooper Kupp. Disagree, because my life experience, when I had Jerome Pathon that could run by somebody, when I watched Marvin Harrison who could run by somebody, the difference between that and not having that is a big deal. And that is where Marquez Valdez-Scantling and Torrey Horton both kind of come to play. It's not much about JSN and Cooper Kupp. I think they're going to be fine. I think they're going to be super productive. I think they're difference makers. I think they can beat just about any corner in this league, but you do need someone to put some fear of God, to threaten and scare, so they don't just sit on you all game long. And that is where actually those two guys, I think, have to play a more than contributing role. That's going to be their duty. They got to strike some fear into their opponent. And then, oh, by the way, the fifth spot. So I think those four are pretty much, as long as Horton is healthy enough, I think those four are secured a spot. The fifth spot, holy smokes, it's going to be competitive. Jake Bobo, Derek Young, Ricky White, Cody White, Steve Sims, who'd been a really excellent punt returner in Baltimore. And you got 5 kind of special teams dudes.
Who's the other guy? Zai Alexander? Is that his name?
I think he's a corner.
I thought he was a wideout.
No, I think Zai's a corner.
Okay, my bad.
Yeah, I may be wrong on that, but I think I'm right. You can dig into that.
Are you thinking of Jair Alexander?
No, Brock might be.
No, when I was out at practice, I believe he was with the safeties and corners.
Yeah. You liked his baseball swing.
I did.
Jumped out to you.
Yeah. He's definitely in a corner stance. Yeah, he looks like a corner.
Yeah.
He's a corner. All right, never mind then.
He is.
But Derek Young's still on this roster, rocked up beyond belief. Jake Bobo's still on this roster, done some cool things, blocking, special teams, could be a fit in that way. Ricky White was taken in the 7th round. All he did was block 90 punts in college, like I said, an all-time record for how productive he was. Cody White, every chance he's gotten, has just done his job and more. And as I said, you brought in a few other punt return guys too. So that receiver room, man, is it going to be a battle for that 5th and final spot.
All right, good stuff. That is number 11 of our things to watch in these 12 Seahawks practices here before training camp. These are the phase 3. So you get the OTA practices like these and then mandatory minicamp. The only real difference is mandatory, right? Minicamp and OTAs at this stage are basically the same. There's no
script,
hitting, but
schedule,
you can do 7 on 7, 11 on 11. There's just it's not mandatory right now. But hopefully they've got something very akin to full participation. Because there's really no reason not to show up.
And I'll say this too, Salk, just looking at that receiver list as I wrote him out there without Zai, he plays corner. Those other 3 guys, Cooper Kupp, MVS, Torrey Horton, kind of important they stay healthy. That room goes from just a lot of competitive depth to some guys that have, obviously battled a little bit of the injury bug collegiately, professionally, like that. That's a group that you're going to have to make sure you get to the starting line each and every Sunday.
All right. Coming up here in a little bit, we will do trash takes. We're also going to help Maura out with what seems to be a very important problem she's gotten herself into for tonight. We're just out of the goodness of our heart going to try to be helpful.
We're going to serve.
Yeah. And Brock, we still, as much as we've talked about him today, we still haven't talked enough about Cal Raleigh. What he's doing right now is incredible. So I want to make sure we get back to Cal at 9:30. You'll definitely hear one of his home runs, though, next on Brock and Salk.
Wyman and Bob, afternoons 2 to 7.
The Olympics used to be a huge deal. I think it still is. I was listening to Ryan Rowland-Smith talking about playing for your country. I think that's a big deal in almost any sport except for the NFL.
I don't want any of my starters out there.
Why risk anyone over a fake game of football?
Yeah.
That's what the players who don't make it are for.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, afternoons 2 to 7 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Have you considered surgery or even joint replacement? Hey, it's Dave Wyman, and before you make that decision, see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Why? Because he gives it to you straight. Dr. Wagner said my right knee needs replacement, and I appreciate his honesty and expertise. My left knee is fine right now, but the minute it isn't, I'm heading to Dr. Wagner for his expert opinion. I want to avoid another surgery, and I've heard so many patients rave about results from their 90-minute outpatient stem cell procedure with Dr. Wagner. He's a board-certified Seattle physician with over 30 years of experience and has performed more than 20,000 stem cell procedures using a person's own stem cells to regenerate cartilage in their own joints. People with severe osteoarthritis, even bone on bone, are back doing what they enjoy without pain and without surgery. Whether it's a shoulder, hip, elbow, ankle, wrist, or knee, before choosing surgery, see Dr. Mark Wagner first. Go to drmarkwagnermd.com.
Get 0% financing for 72 months on Cat Compact construction equipment at NC Machinery. Built for performance, durability, and comfort. Buy now and take advantage of 0% financing for 72 months at NC Machinery.
There's a sink at the brink and a drain that's a pain. Dayandnight.net. The old throne's not too well, and ooh, does it smell? Dayandnight.net.
Slow drains, backed up toilet, is your main drain or sewer clogged? Hi, I'm Bruce, General Manager of Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Over the past 70 years, I think we've seen every drain clog out there. If your pipes aren't draining from a small fix to a major repair, our sewer and camera inspection will show exactly where the problem is. I promise you, our experienced technicians will find the issue, the right solution, and do it at a fair price. Give us a call or visit dayandnight.net. I guarantee whether Day and Night is your first choice or your smart second opinion, we'll work harder than anyone to earn your trust.
If you have a drain that's slow or clogged, call Day and Night. Now you'll save $50 off any drain cleaning. Slow or clogged drains? You know where to go. Dayandnight.net.
Guys, thinking about testosterone replacement therapy? Revive Men's Health can help you get started if you're ready to book your free T-check. Visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. That's Revive, REVIBE, menshealth.com.
Are you worried about economic conditions, tariffs, and inflation? Are you tired of trying to time the stock market? Maybe it's time to take a little risk off the table given current market volatility. For stability, there's no better option than Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, a fixed return of 9%. Hi, I'm Scott Rirucka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. We've been running local real estate investment funds for over 18 years with zero investor losses, averaging double-digit returns since inception, and we also accept IRAs. Over 1,000 local investors have invested over $250 million in our Legacy family of funds. Feeling uneasy? Don't gamble your hard-earned money or risk your retirement. Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, returning 9%, has limited openings for new investors right now.
Call 425-635-4700 or visit LegacyG.com. That's LegacyG.com. This is not investment advice. Legacy investments available to accredited investors only. Details at LegacyG.com.
The home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Cal swinging a drive, deep to right field.
Every pitch of every Mariners game is on the Seattle Sports app.
Warmer weather, more sunlight, and your new car. That's right. At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, summer starts here. With their combined inventory of new, used, and certified pre-owned inventory, you're in for a summer to remember. Their fantastic teams will set you up with a test drive so you can ride off into that summer sun the same day. Summer starts here at Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton. Whether you're in the north or the south, they got you covered. Visit their incredible showrooms today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
O'Brien.
Emerald Queen Casino Event Center presents the main event. Powered by WFC, Saturday night, June 14th. A night of professional boxing where champions are made and every punch counts. Contenders from the region go toe-to-toe, ready to prove they belong at the top. Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. Don't miss Fight Night, June 14th at Emerald Queen Casino, the boxing capital of the Northwest. 21 and older, need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
Hey, Riverside Roofing is offering $1,000 off a new replacement right now. That's huge. $1,000 off. Quite the incentive for homeowners to book their roof replacement right now. It's Mike Salk here, and it really is a great time to do it. These days are getting long, right? Sunsets after 8 o'clock. Crews can get your roof done quick. So take advantage now before demand spikes this summer, making those repairs costly and time-consuming as well. Here's what you got to do to claim your $1,000 off from Riverside Roofing. Book a free estimate from the website, riversideroofingllc.com. allc.com, and then you'll meet with Brandon. That's Don's son. Just tell him you heard the message here in the radio station. $1,000 back in your pocket, and yes, a brand new roof over your head. And while you're there, ask Brandon about their 35 years of local experience, GAF Master Elite certification, which puts them in the top 3% of roofers in the nation, and of course the catch-all system, which they use to keep your yard and driveway totally free of debris like nails or shingles. Go to riversideroofingllc.com. Remember, Riverside Roofing is the roofing company you can trust.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, Brock, let's start with the baseball game last night, and for good reason. That was as good as the Mariners can look. That was them at their best. Crushing home runs, good at bats, tremendous starting pitching. Julio hitting his 10th of the year. I know we've been talking about how Julio's been off to a slow start again, but we're sitting here and almost a third of the way through the season. He's on pace for 30-plus home runs, which is a good spot for him to be in without even really having that hot streak. The story, though, was not Julio yesterday. It was the guy who hit right after him.
Here's the next off for the way, swinging a high fly ball deep to left field, way up there. Holy smokes, and this one is, I believe, in the upper deck, and it's gone fair. Goodbye, baseball. Julio and Cal go back to back. Just fair down the left field line into the upper deck. Holy smokes, that one touched the cloud. Cal Raleigh with number 18 on the season.
Yeah, and what he's doing, Salk, is in the cloud. And, you know, I got to put my Ebenezer's on always now to double-check these stats. This is from OptaStats last night. Not Centel, but OptaStats. Homered from both sides of the plate in a game. Didn't do that last night because both were from the right side, but he's homered twice from the left side. He's homered twice in a game from the right side. And just a reminder, we're not even a third of the way through the season. That will happen after tonight's ball game. No catcher in the history of the sport had ever done that in a full season. He's done it through 53 games. I mean, just truly remarkable stuff.
That is unbelievable. He's just been special.
I wonder what we would think. Like, is the rest of the sport, like, looking at him from afar and kind of putting him in the territory and in the air that it deserves?
Of the, like, hey, make sure, like, when he shows up for the week, like Lyle said about Aaron Judge, like, hey, just walk this dude. Don't even throw him anything in the strike zone in a big spot.
Yeah.
I don't think so. But that's not to say that he shouldn't be.
But is that average, Salk's climbing to 240 and 250
260
and 260? If this dude gets above 250 this year, look out.
It's unbelievable if he is really able to do that. And again, the thing that's so impressive about Cal is it's not just that. It's the everything that he brings. It's incredible defense, toughness, physicality behind the plate, right? The ability to grit through it all. And then the leadership as well. That's why Dan Wilson was raving about him last night.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we've been saying it all year long, just what he has meant to this team and what he means to this team, you know, not only behind the plate, at the plate, in the clubhouse, you know, all the areas. And, you know, he's putting up big numbers and you know, tonight was a night when we needed, you know, a lift, and he and Julio were the guys to give us a lift early. You know, and then, you know, some great at-bats later on by some of the other guys and you know, to add on to the runs. But
Cal is awesome. He really is. Like, it's just, if you find me a person that doesn't love Cal, I'd be very surprised. Who doesn't love Cal? How could you be a Mariner fan and not love Cal? Pitchers love him. Manager loves him. He's hitting. Like, just nothing he's not doing right now. And he did all of this after signing the big contract. I think that might be even the most incredible thing about it. Rather than that being a burden on him like it seemed to be for your friend Kyle Seager, rather than that being, you know, a question of whether or not he got paid and, you know, started to maybe take some time off or maybe not work as hard. It's been exactly the opposite. He got paid and has gone out of his way, it seems like, to prove that he's been worth every penny, at least to start.
Remind me why he was a third-round pick in the 90th overall?
Well, I'm going to guess.
We'll get to that.
We'll dig in. 9-1 the final last night. George Kirby tonight against Trevor Williams.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
And they're getting healthier. Let's start with Bryce Miller. This update from Justin Hollander.
Bryce is doing well. He threw a bullpen yesterday. It went well. Anticipate him joining the rotation later this homestand. So super positive on Bryce. TBD on which actual day.
Okay, well, so that's good news there. Logan Gilbert, it sounds like, is going to make a rehab start tomorrow, so hopefully not too far out as long as those go well. Luke Raleigh progressing with his oblique and to start a rehab assignment soon, maybe next week. And then Victor Robles, that's sort of what we expected. Not going to be back until September. You may, though, get an opportunity to see Jackson Kowar. I thought this was really good news. Maybe no one cares. But Jackson Kowar, if you haven't seen him pitch, we got to watch him in spring training last year. He throws hard. It's righty, tall, heavy, 98 or so.
Kowar doing well in the AAA rehab assignment. He's basically there in terms of being ready to be activated. So we'll check in this week and see where we head with Jackson. But he's done great all throughout, bouncing back well. I think he did 3 appearances in 5 days and felt great doing it. So it's been really nice to have the build-up time with him, and he's checked every box along the way.
It's just trying to enter Jackson Kowar's name, unfortunately, into Pro Football Reference. So for whatever reason, it didn't show up there. He came over in the Kelnick deal, I believe, and I mean, he's never had a tremendous amount of success, right? He started off with the Royals, went to the Braves, and came back here now to the Mariners, and then got hurt. But he throws hard, and before he got hurt last spring, he looked like he was going to be a member of that rotation or bullpen to start the year. So I'm looking forward to seeing him and seeing what he's got.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
And phase 3, Brock, for the Seahawks, they're into it now. We're going to talk a lot tomorrow with Sheil Kapadia, and then we also have Paul Hembekades from, so we're going to talk some baseball with him. But with Sheil's very negative on what the Seahawks did this offseason. I'll play this for you again.
They had a mediocre offense last year, and they replaced Geno Smith with Sam Darnold. They replaced DK Metcalf with Cooper Kupp. They replaced Ryan Grubb with Clint Kubiak, and they add one offensive lineman who is a rookie in Gray Zabel. So that does not inspire me. As I've mentioned before, I'm giving them a C-.
C-.
Did they not add a super twitchy dynamic tight end? Did they not add a bunch of receivers? Did they not add an entire run game?
Those are rookies.
Coaching staff?
I don't think he's going to see that stuff. Again, so
Did they not add back the healthiest Abe Lucas we have seen in 5 years?
He's not the only one. His buddy Steven Ruiz was sort of on the same tip.
And I think with these moves, especially like on the defensive line, you have Ernest Jones for a full year, that you're going to see a better first and second down defense, which is going to make their third down defense even scarier.
Even better, right?
But offensively, like they're the only team in the NFL that lost a top 10 quarterback.
What?
Oh my gosh.
What are we talking about?
Top 10. Win.
What?
Win.
What are we talking about? They lost a top 10 quarterback. No one has ever said that about Geno. Until now, until he's gone. Who's more frustrated about this, you or me? Probably you. Like, I'm happy Geno's gone, so it's fine with me. You might make the argument, and I heard somebody say this the other day, that Geno might be a slightly better passer than Sam Darnold, but it's not significant, and that Sam Darnold's a significantly better leader and better presence in the locker room.
And easy. Just easy. Can I not have, like, a lot to deal with? Like, DK's a lot. Geno was a lot. Mm-hmm. Just as Russ was a lot. And guess what happened?
And guess what Mike McDonald's not?
Got a little healthier.
Mike McDonald's not Pete Carroll. He didn't ask for a lot.
Nope.
I'm not saying he can't deal with it, but he didn't ask for it and seek it out the way Pete did.
No, he didn't want a lot.
No. That's everything you need to know. Quarter past every hour in the Brock and Salk Show. We'll talk to Sheil, who's always just great. We'll do that at 7:30 tomorrow morning. All right, so we got trash takes coming up in 20. We want to let's dig into Cal. You asked a good question about Cal. Let's try to answer that together. We'll do that next, and then we'll help out Maura for all of the nice things she's done for us as a producer of this show.
I mean, big night.
She's got a big night, and we're just here to help. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710 and 97.3 HD2.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
The bar is set a little higher than it used to be. What's been most impressive to me this whole year is just how they've been playing on the road this year. Second most wins in MLB. And you're winning in ways that we did not expect. But Dan has said it. You said it. I heard Jerry say it the other day as well. They win in multiple ways. And if you want to be a good baseball team, that's what you have to do.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
All power, zero compromise. Ego cordless outdoor power equipment features advanced lithium battery technology that exceeds the power and performance of gas without the noise, fuss, or fumes. From mowers and trimmers to blowers and pressure washers, one battery powers over 90 tools. No wonder it's the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power. Power beyond belief. Visit egopowerplus.com to learn more or to find an Ego retailer near you. That's egopowerplus.com.
Whether you're building a single roof or a successful roofing business, roofing contractors like you need the right tools for the job, and software is no exception. Service Titan is on a mission to be the most powerful software platform for the trades, with purpose-built technology proven to maximize revenue, streamline operations, and deliver 5-star customer experiences. We are taking roofing companies like yours to the next level and beyond. Service Titan. We are built for this. See what we can do for roofers at servicetitan.com.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Progressive knows road trips without your pet can be tough.
Hi, this is Next Stop Dog Boarding.
Hi, it's Scott again. How's Squeaks doing? You can tell if he's stressed by his eyebrows. Oh, and his breathing should sound like this.
Scott, Squeaks is exactly the same as last time you called.
Okay, let's talk in 20 to see if anything's changed.
With Progressive, your pet is covered up to $1,000 in vet bills in case of a car accident. So next time, you can take your pet with you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Coverage for dogs and cats is included with the purchase of collision coverage and subject to policy terms.
Hey, baseball fans, Rick Riz here. I'm excited to introduce you to my good friend Keith Dashafy, owner of Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Keith?
Thanks, Rick. At Pella Windows and Doors, we pride ourselves on delivering top quality windows and doors that enhance the beauty and energy efficiency of your home. Our products are built to last with innovative designs and exceptional craftsmanship. Whether you're looking to upgrade your windows or install new doors, Pella has you covered.
That's fantastic, Keith. Don't wait. Schedule your free appointment today at PellaPNW.com.
The home of the Mariners.
Lift off to center. It is on its way. Julio, 2-run home run.
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA Club World Cup here in Seattle. And our more than 95 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Feeling lucky? Don't miss the Lucky Classic Collector Car Truck and Boat Auction, Saturday, May 31st at Tacoma's LeMay Marymount Event Center. Hundreds of cars, vintage, muscle, exotic, classics, trucks, boats, and more. Saturday, May 31st at Tacoma's LeMay Marymount Event Center. Millions of dollars in inventory, many must sell with no reserve whatsoever. Get lucky, get local, and get in line for the Northwest's greatest collector car auction. Auction details at luckyoldcar.com.
The first Mariners Fireworks Night is coming up, and we're starting things off with a bang.
Be here this Friday for our K-pop fireworks show, presented by T-Mobile, after the team takes on the Twins at 7:10.
Jorge Polanco, his second home run of the night. He is absolutely on fire.
Get ready for an epic dance party as we light up the sky with a post-game show powered by the biggest global hits, fireworks, and Mariners baseball. That's 2 spectacular shows in one unforgettable night.
JP with a flip, and they got him at first base. How in the world?
Visit Mariners.com/fireworks to get your tickets and see the complete lineup of all 6 Mariners fireworks nights this summer, including a sing-along show on June 13th and a patriotic palooza on July 3rd. Plus, check out everything else on deck at T-Mobile Park, like 3 straight Mariners value games against the Orioles starting Tuesday, June 3rd. Mariners baseball. Try dance up.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
What was the question you asked yesterday, Brock? Why was Cal Raleigh drafted where he was?
Was that yesterday or was that today?
It was last night.
Oh, it was last night.
I guess I would say.
Oh, yep, last night.
Last night.
90th overall, 3rd round pick for Cal Raleigh. How does a switch hitting, productive, going back and looking at Dakota's comments after the draft, right? Just a productive switch hitting catcher that frames even at that point really well and is such a defensive asset. How does that guy fall to the 90th pick in the draft with the need for catchers, kind of like the need for quarterbacks? Like, it is so hard to find difference makers at that position.
It's weird that the 90th pick was a 3rd round. Generally with, the slotted in A's and B's.
Right.
It's weird.
Picks and all that
yeah,
stuff.
why was the 90th? You would think the 90th pick would be 2nd round, but that's just a little oddity. Anyway, all right, so that's 2018 draft. He's drafted 90th out of Florida State. Why was he taken there? I would say a couple of reasons. One, he's a Boris guy, so there's always going to be a little bit of signability concern. Right. And beyond that, he signed for well over slot. I think slot was $600,000. He got $800,000. Those are rough numbers. And that was the max that the Mariners could give him without screwing up something. I forget how it worked at that point. That was the last CBA. But I'm sure that was part of it, right? You draft a guy under slot, but pay him the money. Right. So you're paying him over slot, drafting him below where he should be. So I think that's probably part of it. Like sometimes you see these guys are 3rd round picks, but they're sort of 1st or 2nd round talent. It's just the way or the way Ben Williamson is sort of the opposite, right? 2nd round pick who's given under slot money, meaning you drafted him in the 2nd round, but you don't necessarily think of him.
3rd or 4th round.
Right. So baseball's just so weird with this. I don't necessarily get it or agree with the way it's done, but a 3rd rounder's they're not all created equal, I guess is what I say. And then the last part is, look, he's a switch hitting catcher, which if you hit on it is spectacular. And if not, it can take a while for a switch hitting catcher.
Was God a switch hitter? God was a switch hitter, right?
He was. Matt Wieters, I believe so. Yeah. Jason Varitek, Adley Rutschman. You got a few of these guys. When they hit, it's unbelievable. But the process of getting them to that point can take a lot longer because you've got to learn to catch. You've got to learn to manage a pitching staff. You got to hit right-handed, and you got to hit left. It's just a lot of moving parts. Jorge Posada put him in that list as well. When you get them, they're unbelievable. But certainly there's, I would think, both a risk factor and just a amount of time it takes factor that would probably have pushed him down a little bit.
Yeah, and I think that is also the one position, again, kind of using that quarterback comp, that it is so darn hard to project what kind of leader you're going to be, right? How is this guy going to lead the entire pitching staff? How is this guy going to weather the storms? How is this guy going to handle 162 games? How is he going to play beaten up and, with a torn ligament in his thumb? Like, trying to project all of those things and the adversity that's going to come and the hardship that started his career because it was difficult when he got first called up and to be sent back down. And how does he handle, I think it is so hard at that position, right? Versus a center fielder or right fielder or third baseman. I think much more projectable, never perfect, obviously, but all the intangibles that position takes, I think makes it, a very, very hard position to play and play at the level he's playing at right
now. He was the 12th pick of the 3rd round. So he was a 3rd round pick, but the 12th pick, high, front 3rd roughly or near the top of the 3rd round and with above slot money. he's a second rounder. You know what I mean? That's kind of second round pick type of stuff. In the second round that year, the Mariners took Josh Stauer, center fielder, who never really did much, unfortunately. And in the first round, obviously, was Logan Gilbert. So, yeah, I mean,
pretty good class.
To get those two guys at the same time, I would say it's pretty incredible.
Can I contextualize for people just how good Cal's been this year? So we were curious, TJ and I, so we were digging up the other day some of the best offensive catchers to play this game in their best seasons. So let me just read you 3, and I'll do it quickly, and then comp it back to Cal. Mike Piazza's best season was 1997. He had a 183 WRC plus that year and a 9.1 WAR. Pudge Rodriguez in 1999, 6.8 F4, 125 WRC plus, is a little bit lower. Johnny Bench, 1972, 9.2 F4 and a 156 WRC plus. 2025 Cal Raleigh is on pace for 10 wins and a 179 WRC plus. So he is on pace to have a better season than some of the greatest offensive catchers have ever had.
Now, let's see. Can he host the baseball bunch on Saturday mornings like Johnny Bench did? If he can do that, then we'll start talking about him.
Yeah,
Lyle says the what?
The what?
Yeah.
No, has he ever tried to hold the 10 baseballs in one hand like Johnny Bench has?
I don't know. That's a good question also. Man, the baseball bunch was required viewing every Saturday morning as a kid.
What's a bigger deal? I mean, Shannon Dreyer hosting the Cal Raleigh show each and every week, or the baseball bunch on the weekend.
I would say the baseball bunch is kind of a big deal.
I think there's
it's kind of a big deal. Lyle, thank you. You're right. The numbers are extraordinary.
Incredible.
Can he carry them through for the entirety of the season? I think that's a real question. It's not an insult or a knock on Cal, because I just think it's hard at that position. You heard John Smoltz say it. Anybody who's watched baseball just knows it's hard to catch every day. And Cal's at least he was listed as 235. He might be a little bigger than that now as he's kind of grown into it a little bit. Like, that's a lot on your knees every single day. Now, he's DH'd a fair amount.
What did we say, 11?
11 times, so about a fifth of the games, right? We said that in the big season,
2021 for Salvi
Perez, so about a quarter. Probably like to see him take more days of DHing, etc. Now, Salvi also had some days off in there as well. Oddly, I was looking at it. Logan's numbers are atrocious.
Cal's numbers.
I'm sorry, Cal's numbers are atrocious as a DH. He's been awful. He's got he's worse than Donovan Solano as a DH. It's crazy. You got to find ways to get him off his feet, though. Whether it's at least DHing, but I would think some actual days off. I really would be upset if Cal plays in more than 150 games this year. It's just too many, and he's too valuable, and you're going to need him too much down the stretch. I know that games in May mean as much as games in September. Sure, fine. But you got to find some ways and days to give him a break. And if you could do it against, some sloppy pitching occasionally, against a team like the Nationals that you hope to be able to beat.
Do we get to play the Rockies this year?
Yeah. Could you give him a day off or two against Colorado? I would like to see Cal to get some days off.
That is the last week of the year, though, Colorado.
See? Well, there you go.
No, but to your point, for sure. And it's been proven over time that catchers need that. And to be fair, if he ever gets days off and they're in crunch time late in a game, it's not like you can't pinch hit him for one at bat. So he can get days off, and if you really need him in that game,
and they've done that once, I guess. So he has had one day off where he was pinch hit late in the game and actually ended up winning them that game, of course, because why wouldn't he? That's just sort of what Cal's done all year long. The whole package has just been incredible. The defense, the leadership, the hitting, the power,
we wanted stars
hitting. I mean, my God.
Yeah, we wanted stars. We need stars in this market. You need stars on your team. You need stars to just carry everybody else. And Cal, through 50 games, would be second in the MVP race in the American League, only to Aaron Judge, and he has become, before our eyes, a star.
Good note here from Florida, the 786. Scott Hunter's the reason the Mariners have changed for the better. As soon as he got promoted, he immediately changed the Mariners. He's the one that deserves most of the credit. Well, I don't know about that, but he certainly deserves a lot of it. As you point out, Logan Gilbert was his first pick. The next year, George Kirby and Cal Rott. That's a lot. He's done some really, really good things and has very, very much helped this Mariner team get to where it is. But they've also developed those guys really well. It's one thing to bring Brian Wu in. It's another to find him the right mental skills training coach, which they've done and helped develop him. They've kind of done all of that incredibly well. All right. We are going to do some. I forgot my hat. Darn it! All right, hold on. Let me go in the other room and get my hat. You talk for a minute Lyle's going to get my hat for me. Thank you, Lyle. I forgot my hat. Thank you, Lyle. Much appreciated. I forgot my hat.
Trash takes in a few minutes. I feel like I got a drunk take. I'm convinced she's drunk. She has to be drunk to give the take. So I think for the first time in a month, I got a pretty good shot at trash takes.
Okay.
Not overconfident, but I feel like I got a pretty good shot.
Well, we'll see. Hopefully it's not Angel Reese related. That's usually your downfall. Maura's got a big night tonight. Yeah. So she's been dating this guy.
Speaking of which, don't get drunk, Maura. Whatever you do.
That's one of the things I want to ask about. So tonight, Maura's having dinner with her boyfriend's parents for the first time. She's never met them.
Yes.
For the first time.
Going out to a nice dinner. Right, they're going to a very, very upscale, nice place. So a couple of questions.
His parents told us to make reservations at a nice restaurant.
Okay, so you guys made reservations at a nice restaurant. Are you going to let them pay? Is Chris going to pay? Like, how do you think are you going to reach for your wallet? What happens at the end of dinner?
I think I will leave that up to Chris.
Okay.
Yes.
It's his parents.
Yeah.
All right.
I think he'll know. Like, I would know if we were going to dinner with my dad. He usually, because I'm only in town like once a year, he usually wants to pay for it. I think I would tell Chris, hey, I think my dad's going to pay for this. So I'm gonna let him tell me what's going on.
All right. Yeah, that's 100%. Probably good. Yeah.
Maura, how much research have you done on Chris's parents? How much do you know?
Research.
How much have you asked Chris about these parents? How much going into this thing do you feel like you know before you sit down at a really fancy restaurant tonight?
I mean, we've talked about them a bit. I wouldn't call it research.
Do you know their first names? Do you know their first names?
I know his dad's. I think I need a refresher on his mom.
Okay, so here's my question. Will you call them by their first names? Will you go Mr. and Mrs., or are you going to go straight to mom and dad?
I'm definitely not going straight to mom and dad.
Just checking.
First time meeting.
Just checking. Just checking.
And we're not engaged.
All right. Hey, I just checking more. I want to make sure. Will you go first names or Mr. and Mrs.?
Probably first names.
Okay.
Feels like more. You got to
from the
start
South.
do some planning here.
It seems like you haven't thought any of this through.
I feel woefully underprepared for this moment.
I was just gonna try to probably take some notes from Jordan Hudson.
She seems to have endeared herself well to the Belichick family. What about drinks? Will you have a drink with dinner tonight?
Probably a glass of wine or something. Yeah. I'm not doing shots or anything.
No? Rumplements before or something? Okay, so you will have a drink. Will you go 2 drinks, or is that...
Will you be aware of your volume?
Right. That's really our concern.
Oh, yeah. No, definitely.
You're going to be in public.
It's a weeknight. I don't usually, You have to be up at 4.
I'm
not being crazy.
What if it had been...
I wouldn't anyway.
Well... We've seen what a drink or two can do to the volume.
How many years did you know me before that happened?
Well, but I haven't been in social situations with you very often. I mean, that was one of the first.
Is modesty going to be the best policy tonight when it comes to attire? Or?
Yeah. Thanks to the texter that said no cleavage. I wasn't planning on doing that.
You know, Maura,
it's not really my style anyways, but definitely
risque.
Not meeting the parents.
I've known Maura now for 10 years. I would not refer to Maura as risque. That is not a term I would use.
Will the text chain get a chance to see a picture?
Yes,
of you?
That would be nice.
Oh.
Will you stop to take a selfie, the 4 of you at dinner? Or maybe ask the waiter to take a picture.
Yeah, just take a picture.
I'll see if we can make that happen.
The important question asked the 509, will you wear gloves? Or somebody suggested earlier, what about oven mitts to try to contain the fingers?
That was mean. Thankfully, I don't think they live in Arizona. I don't think they listen to the show because,
What?
Chris has had clients that immediately when they're like, oh, you're dating Maura from Brock and Salk? The one with the hands? So I think that would be the first place they would look if they listened to the show.
Hi, Maura. It's nice to meet you. Oh, those aren't that big.
That's usually what I go, they're not that bad.
You shake a great hand. Wow, you really get in there.
All right. Well, good luck.
Oh, is that the other thing? Do you go handshake or hug? Or do you wait to
that's
see
a
what
good question.
Do?
I would wait on them. Yeah, I think you just kind of match their energy on that. But that's a good question, too. Yeah, you got to plan this stuff out more. I hope you spend some time this afternoon really thinking about this.
I keep asking Chris about it. He's like, my parents are fine. Don't stop worrying. It's not a big deal.
Okay. We'll look forward to
where this goes. I don't know. Let's do some trash takes.
Get it together. Y'all look like trash. Trash Takes.
It's a bunch of trash.
Oh, gosh. I thought it was trash.
On Brock and Salk.
That's a terrible take.
Text messages, HR is coming to talk to you guys. I don't think so. Doesn't seem like an HR problem. Why are you guys picking on Maura on her date with the family? I hope she has the ability to roast you guys. She roasts me every day. The least I can do is roast her once.
What do you think Big Boss Lady thinks of that conversation?
I don't know. JD in the 509 says, would you guys stop? You're like the older brothers that Maura never asked for. I know, she only has younger brothers.
Yeah, that's true.
Go for the Rumplemans to impress.
Oh, gosh.
Go straight to Goldschlager if they have it, Maura. You're like, oh, I only chug Goldschlager. Let's go. All right, what do you guys got for...
Jaeger, no.
Yeah, Jaeger bombs. I hear parents love Jaeger bombs.
Who won last week? Maura won last week, right?
No. Nobody won last week.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's right.
We had an outside
Well, Lyle
entry.
won the 2 previous. So, Lyle, it's still your turn on the tee. What do you want to do?
I don't know. I kind of like going second. I'll go second.
All right.
All right, I'll go first. I think Joy Taylor was drunk. I think she had to be drunk to give this take yesterday on Aaron Rodgers. Had to be drunk.
Okay.
Why? We're sitting around talking about Aaron Rodgers is not there on the first day of OTAs. Mandatory or not, where's your pride? Where's your dignity?
That's
Where's
why I say I'm going to give him another day.
Where's your respect for the game? Where's your respect for this organization? Where's this organization's respect for the history that they have in this league? What are we talking about? He's never played there before. He doesn't know any of these teammates. He doesn't know the streets to get to the facility. He doesn't know he doesn't know the doctors. He doesn't know the rehab crew. He doesn't know anybody. He doesn't know anybody. He doesn't know where to get his smoothies. Nothing.
That Jimmy Pirro?
Like, why would you not be there?
Bro, 2 things. Volume control.
Seriously.
And he ain't a Steeler yet, Joy.
Well...
He doesn't even play for the team yet, Joy.
I don't buy that she doesn't know that, because Keyshawn would have said something. I think she just believes he's going to be.
Right.
Sure.
She does sound a little bit like Jimmy Pirro there.
Can you just give me the start
Or
of that?
at least the Cecily Strong version of
But
it.
I will say, when I was looking at the comments, a lot of people took it the way Brock did. Like, does she not know that he's not with the Steelers?
Huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear some volume control issues.
Can I just hear the first open?
Why?
We might have to cut that as a drop for the future. All right. Trash take number 1, Joy Taylor. Joy's the one. Remind me which one Joy Taylor is.
I can't.
She's the one who was off for a while, right?
Yeah.
Now she's back on.
Actually, I don't think they ever took her out. There was a scandal, but they never took her off the air.
Oh, okay. I'm kind of confusing.
With a Fox Sports executive, there was a makeup artist that made some accusations.
Okay, yes. Got it. Okay.
She's Jason Taylor's sister.
Okay.
She's been, on
She the one that
working for Fox for a long
Clayton
time.
knew?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I got it.
All right, Lyle.
All right, so Brock's going with Joy Taylor. Lyle, what do you have for us this week?
I'm just tired of umpires being umpires. It's another week. Another week is another week. Walker Buehler a few days ago got thrown out of a game because
Saw that.
he threw a fastball right down the middle, clear as day, was called a ball. Catcher gets up to try to throw the runner out at second. Buehler obviously has some issues of it, as he should, so he's looking back toward the umpire, whose name's Mike Estabrook, and is basically saying, like, where in the world was that pitch? And then Estabrook, of course, wants to make it about himself because he yanks off the mask and had every intention to start barking at Walker Buehler, and he starts getting into it with Walker, and then Walker starts throwing expletives at him, and then Estabrook says, you know what? I've had enough. You're done. You're out of the game. So he calls a ball right down the middle, a ball, and then makes it about himself to start arguing with a pitcher that is like, well, where was that pitch? And then takes it a step further to toss him out of the game.
Yeah.
I don't know how umpires like this don't get, like, disciplined or repercussions. I still don't know how they can't get sent down to AAA. I don't know, but that's my trash take. Like, I don't know what you were watching, but you not only made an awful call, but
did you watch the video of it with Lou Merlone commenting on it and talking about how the guy took off his mask and escalated it?
Yeah. I mean, I watched a few videos on it. I watched the John Boy breakdown. I watched Lou Merlone talking about it, and everybody's just like, yeah, like when the mask comes off, you're very trying to make it You're very much trying to make it confrontational, and you're making it about yourself. So I don't know why these umpires feel the constant need to be a part of the show. You know what? When I made this take before, maybe you'll call this a trash take. I think if umpires eject a star player out of the game, fans should be allowed to petition to the league to get their money back.
Wow.
Yeah. If umpires are going to make it about themselves, and
I mean, you could petition right now. You're already allowed to petition, and they're just not going to give you your money back.
Well, they should think about it.
I'm sure they will.
You pay to see stars, not umpires throw stars out of the game. Think about all the time and planning you do with your family.
All right.
You're just going to petition for something else, like getting Emerson Hancock a home run back or something.
That Esoc Paredes home run was not a home run.
I like petitions.
Yeah.
Petition.
Yeah. So the Walker Buehler thing's my take.
All right.
Okay. We heard from Kevin Stefanski, the Browns head coach, the other day that Shedeur Sanders has been a model citizen so far, that all the rookies are pretty much the first ones there, last ones to leave. He's doing a great job. That all sounds great. Glad that there's been no distractions so far. But LaShawn McCoy on this FS1 show called The Facility takes it a little too far, I think, here.
But now we get to it, and the head coach will say, hey, we're going to split these reps up, man. I know we got some veterans that won Super Bowls. I know we got some first rounds. I know we got this and that in the third. I know we took them out in the third round. But we're going to give everybody a chance to start. And you like, huh? That's because you see what that kid looked like in practice. You've seen his work ethic. Everything you heard about him is not true, right? Don't let the jewelry and the music and the swagger fool you. He a hard worker. First thing the head coach said, hey, he's the first one in the building. He's the last one to leave. Sound like someone else I know. His name was Brady.
Whoa.
We're going to compare him to Tom Brady because he's the first one in and last one. Also, that sound from Stefanski, he said all the rookies were coming in early and leaving late.
Who was that who gave the take?
He said Shedeur was one of them.
That's
LaShawn McCoy.
I didn't even know he was working in the media. Who's he working for?
That showed the facility for FS1.
The facility. I think what you might be learning is I don't watch a lot of FS1. Okay. All right, so tough choice this week. Why? Lyle, you've won a couple in a row. Unfortunately, this one wasn't really a take.
No.
It was something that happened, but it is annoying. But you know me, I kind of like the whole umpire thing. I like when they're part of the game. I like when they're getting in people's face. I like that. You're not going to win me over with that one. Sorry. Yeah, Wally from Snoqualmie. Is Lyle's even a take? No, not really.
Nope.
360. Can someone please explain to Lyle what a take is? That is a trash take. Lyle wins it with his own petition take.
No. That's a good take.
Oh, boy.
I mean, it's better than my take that Cal's not on the top 10 most intriguing list for the Mariners. So, sorry, Lyle, you lose this week. So it's down to Brock and Mora. Sorry, Brock, but Mora wins again.
Yes.
Why? I had a feeling this one was going to win.
I didn't.
Why?
Yeah, I don't know. The why is really funny. But after that, I think she's right.
He's not a Steeler.
Right, but he's not a Steeler because he wants to avoid all that stuff.
He's not a Steeler.
He's not a Steeler because he wants to avoid it all. Because it's all about Aaron, and he wants to be in charge. I'm with Joy. I side with Joy. I stand with Joy. As always, I'm on the side of Joy. You can be on the side of hate. You can be on the side of sadness. I choose Joy.
Yeah.
And so, Mora, you win trash takes. I didn't even know Shady McCoy was in this business.
We have someone offering to pay for my whole meal tonight if I order a round of Jaeger bombs when we sit down.
You should take them up on that.
Shady McCoy is has one of the most famous tweets ever in sports Twitter.
What is it?
He ruined Avengers Endgame for everybody.
Sad.
The night it came out, he saw it way early and then takes to Twitter and tweets out, and this tweet's famous now, R.I.P. my dog, Tony Stark. And I kid you not, the entire Twitterverse is like, dude, are you serious?
That's funny.
You know what I'm going to do tomorrow? I'm going to murder Shio Kapati on the air.
Jeez.
I'm going to end him, too.
Oh.
I'm going to end him tomorrow.
Whoa, easy.
I don't think you could say that.
We love Shio. He's our guy. He'll join us at 7:30.
He's gonna be on video, too.
Talk some baseball at 8:30. We got to run. Bump and Stacy up next. See you guys at 6 a.m. And until then, the hay. See everybody.
Get to the chopper! Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
The bar is set a little higher than it used to be. What's been most impressive to me this whole year is just how they've been playing on the road this year. Second most wins in MLB. And you're winning in ways that we did not expect. But Dan has said it. You said it. I heard Jerry say it the other day as well. They win in multiple ways. And if you want to be a good baseball team, that's what you have to do.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Summer is on everyone's mind, and many of us ladies, well, you men too, would like to get rid of that extra stubborn fat and address those areas of loose skin like around the waistline, chin, and upper arms. Maybe you've tried the lasers, fat freezing methods, even those new pills, but without getting the results you were hoping for. Introducing ProSculpt, the new one-day instant permanent fat removal and skin tightening treatment. ProSculpt is minimally invasive, performed while you're fully awake, and it's gentle yet powerful. Designed to target the waistline, chin, neck, arms, and thighs, ProSculpt uses FDA-cleared plasma technology to deliver immediate and permanent fat-reducing and skin-tightening results, all in just one visit. Go to ProSculpt.com today to schedule your free consultation, and for a limited time, get $250 off. Feel confident this summer with instant, permanent fat reduction and skin tightening that works for women and men too. ProSculpt.com.
Introducing frequent flights between Boeing Field and a private terminal at Portland Airport. Seaport Airlines is transforming travel with convenience, comfort, and free parking just steps from your plane. It's about time. Book today at flyseaportair.com.
Upgrade to an efficient heat pump AC now before the summer heat. And Home Comfort Alliance will save you up to $6,000 limited time savings. And you can take 18 months to pay with zero interest. Call for a free quote. HomeComfortAlliance.com.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning, life, and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
Attention passengers, we've reached 10,000 feet and internet is now available for purchase.
I just paid hundreds for this flight, and you can't even throw in internet? I'll just take the free pretzels.
Sorry, but I do have snack boxes for sale.
I'm just gonna sleep.
In that case, we are selling pillows and blankets as well.
I'll just breathe. That's free, right?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
I've always been an athletic guy, but after turning 40, I noticed I was slowing down. I booked a free testosterone check with Revive Health and learned that low T doesn't just impact my performance in the bedroom. I've been following a custom treatment plan ever since, and today I'm feeling stronger and more confident than ever.
If you're ready to book your free T-check, text BOOST to 65555 or visit ReviveMensHealth.com to schedule your appointment. Message and data rates may apply. Message frequency varies. Text help for help. Text stop to cancel. See privacy policy at ReviveMensHealth.com/privacy policy. For info on how opt-in info will be used and terms and conditions at ReviveMensHealth.com/terms of use for terms of short code service.
Hey, Mike Salk here with special guest Ryan Roland Smith, and we love having Hyphen on the show to talk a little baseball, but today, talking about something a bit more personal, yet really exciting. Hyphen, share all the good news.
Thanks, Mike. Look, I've been hearing for about 2 years now how you did the Eastside Weight Loss Clinic plan and how you lost a ton of weight. I decided to see what the program was all about, and I'm so glad I did. So far, I've lost 30 pounds in just 60 days, and my only regret is not starting sooner.
Well, I'm happy for you. What's been the best part of the program so far?
Honestly, how simple it's been. There's no crazy exercises, no counting calories or scary shots or injections, no side effects or any of that stuff. I feel healthier, I'm sleeping better, I'm eating delicious meals, and the accountability plus communication from the Eastside Weight Loss Clinic team has made it fun.
Man, that is awesome, buddy. Would you recommend it?
Yes. To anyone listening, I was in your shoes. Just schedule a 15-minute consult at Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. It's all you have to do to start.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the